Guys, how are we doing? Good morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you are. Hope you had a nice weekend and a relaxing bank holiday yesterday. So it's Tuesday the 17th of January and the market is opening in about 8 minutes. I did actually take a trade yesterday. Although nothing, it was a bit of a strange day. A push up, break, a shy, so it was one leg. It was kind of like one leg up, quick break, one leg up. It was quite sort of almost predictable yesterday. So I just traded my 1p account. So who we got in this morning then? Groll Daddy morning. Morning Roger. Afternoon. What? That's a new face. Harry Mandir. You'll have to maybe shorten that one. Is it Harminder Singh? Is that right? Close enough, I think. Have we spoke before? Are you in the UK? I'm not sure. We may have done. Nicholas, how you doing? Jacko, morning, mate. Sam, morning. So, it's been a funny old morning so far, sort of overnight. It's been a lot of... I did have a brief look earlier, and it's a bit sort of sideways, isn't it? We did have some news this morning, which didn't really... It's about 1:30 my time, which didn't really sort of harbour anything exciting. So, context pals, signal bar today. Mike, morning, Mike. Context pattern, signal bar today. Yeah, it's a funny old. I mean, I've marked that as a trend, as a possibility. It's sort of touched here, touching the size, but whether it'll come to the top of this range and drop down, who knows? It sort of looks like a bit of a channel, to be honest with you. But who knows? It's too early to say at the moment. I have drawn that range as well. So maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe it is, maybe can't give me words out of time. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So, so let's just chuck in a few trend channels and see if we can figure out what's going. Break new low. Okay, break. Guessing new high. So look. So I hope everyone had a nice break. Trouble is, now once you're a trader, and if you enjoy trading like I do, some people, they don't. I really enjoy the challenge, I do. So I got to say, all I'm thinking weekend is I can't wait till Monday. Which, I don't know, is that a bit sad or is that how everybody feels? I feel the same, actually. I can't wait till Monday. Trouble is, the better I do at this, the less I need to go to work and do my real job. So I kind of like the fact that things are going okay. So let me just mark a few of these up. Okay, something like that. Something on the lines of that. Okay, so there's certainly nothing we can really do at the moment. Anyway, market's joking in 4 minutes. Who else we got in? Nemesis Turtle, good morning. Leading loser, morning. Accountability King, good morning. Accountability King, you let me down. Where's the sir? That's the first time you haven't called me sir. Keep it off, mate. Don't change it. I prefer you not to call me sir. So yeah, we've had this. We've opened this morning. We've had a little bit of sideways, quick drop down, a bunch of more of the same, and it looks like we're sort of coming up to here. So who was it who mentioned the other day about Vlad's post on Mac's website? Had a look at it yesterday. I had a browse through it yesterday. So basically, what he's saying is he doesn't pick tops, he doesn't pick bottoms. What he basically looks for is trades, not exactly like this, but something like this. So we got a trend. Excuse me a minute. Sorry. So his trades basically consist of, when we have a trend, we have a break back to the EMA and a new high. So he'll look for trades to go long there. Sort of second entry longs within a trade, failures within a trade. So basically those a lot more straightforward, high probability trades, and he'll leave sort of tops and bottoms alone. Going to say I'm not 100% confident with things like triple tests. I've not played them a lot, so I'm not that confident with them. And bottoms here as well. You might think we've had one push, another push. Do we take this one? But I'm not confident with stuff like that. So I'm just going to, you do the same sometimes, wake up and think, crap, it's Saturday. yeah, you're on the same wavelength, Jim. I like the weekends, but I wish weekends was just one day now, to be honest with you. But yeah, I got to say, I do enjoy trading. I enjoy the challenge of it, I got to say. And obviously, the thoughts of making some decent money and having a sort of better quality life as well. So he also does TT, triple test. Yeah, I've not done too much of that, to be honest with you. What luck I've had when something tests 3 times, I've not had a massive amount of luck. So it's one of those things, if it doesn't work for you that well, you tend to leave it alone. Perhaps that's something I can maybe just study a little bit and work on trying to identify, trying to identify them and then pick them, but not trade them. You know what I mean? So we're going a little bit sideways here. We've had a couple of legs up, haven't we? We've had a break. So I don't know whether some people will trade this one as a second entry, but I'm just staying away from anything like that because it's up there by itself doing, You could say, well, we've broken out this range, but is it a range? It sort of is, isn't it? But it's also a bit of a channel. So, maybe second, sort of lower highs. I don't know, but I'm trying to stay away from stuff like that and stay for the more, push-up breaks, something like this. Obviously, that's a little bit congested, but, a bar, that type of bar where we push up, you know what I'm saying. Hey, Kim, how you doing? Okay, so market's opening at about a minute my time, UK time. So I'm trading the 4 accounts at the moment, this PA account. As I say, I did a trade yesterday. Just the one I managed to, a couple actually, close together. I managed to get a bit of something out of it, so I've got that account up a little bit. And I've got these 3 evaluations where we're on about just under $860 on each. And the plan is, that one paid me last month. I took $2,000 out. So hopefully if I can get that up, and that'll pay me next month. Hopefully if all go well, these will pay me at the end of February. And should they do, then I will pick some more up. So that's the plan. Start with the one. When I can make that work, pick a few more up. When they pay, maybe go, I don't know, if I can withdraw 3 lots of $2,000 and whatever that will give me, I certainly might get another 6, take me up to 10, and then I'll just maybe play it from there. So, okay, market is due to open. Okay, so we've whether you think we're in a range or not, we've had a bit of a breakout. You're going to call that a lower high back into the range or back into this, whatever you think. Let's see what happens there. No. Okay, so we've had this short-term trend channel. We've had a break of it and a new high. Got a lower high, but we've got 3 sort of dodgy-looking bars there, so we don't have anything to do with that really. So let's just get rid of that for now. So the market's just open. It sort of did nothing really, and then a little bit of a push. So nice one. Congrats on payout. Thank you. I withdrew it yesterday. I've got a Revolut account, and you get unlimited. I've got a Revolut Steel account. It's like a Steel debit card, and I get unlimited. What am I looking for? Unlimited foreign exchange without any fees, but it's only Monday to Fridays. I think I get 1%. So $2,000 my bank could charge me. I think I worked out $50 or $60, £50-60. So this doesn't cost me anything. So I withdrew that into my account yesterday. So that is sat in my account. Also, I had, I think it was 4. Did somebody take 4 Apex evaluations out? I had $20 go into my account. So whoever took that out last night, well, it was last night for me. It's much appreciated. I had a little email saying someone had taken out 4 evaluations. Incidentally, if you do take any evaluations, obviously now's the time to do it. And I have got a code up here. Doesn't cost you anything extra. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. But if you are, if you are doing one, then, if you use that code, it's much appreciated. Have you had payouts with Apex? You had payouts. Me? Is that what you mean? Just the one for me. Last week, I think, officially. Friday. Well, it was supposed to be the 15th, which I think fell on a Sunday. And it went into my account on the Friday, I think, late Friday, I think. Something like that. But yeah, it's nice to actually finally make some money. I've invested quite a lot of money into this, like most of you will have done. You bought 5. That's much appreciated. Thanks, Jacko. Yeah, I get a kickback from it. I think I get about 15%, so I had $20 from that, so that's much appreciated. I've had about $250 after the last month and a half, so it's always nice, that. And in fact, to do this streaming, I had to upgrade my graphics card. I had a very cheap basic graphics card, and it just couldn't handle the multiple bits of software. So I spent £300 on a graphics card. So that was the theory behind the affiliate, that it would pay for that, and it certainly paid for certainly over half of it. So that's fantastic. Okay, so we've had this break in a new high, and we've had a lower high, which is bringing us back. It's just nothing I can really get involved in at the moment. Still too early to know exactly what's going on. It's sort of rangy, but we've had this bit of a channel, so it's just a little bit sidewaysy up and down at the moment. So it's going to be. I need to get back to my sitting and waiting until I'm confident I see a trade. And we all get that feeling when we see a real beauty trade. We all get that feeling. You just want to jump on it quick. And then sometimes when we get something that isn't that good, you have that little voice in the back of your head, don't you? And I've just got to try and get rid of that. I want to see a trade that jumps out at me and goes, here I am. You know the one. You know the ones I mean. So yeah, it's still a bit early to know exactly what's going on. That was yesterday's high. Whether that'll play a part, I don't know. Probably not. It didn't really do much, but it was quite a predictable day yesterday, if you think about it. We had this push up, break, push up. So we had one leg up, so we had one leg, break, 2 legs, one leg, break, 2 legs, one leg, break, 3 legs. And it was real predictable. So what I did was slightly risky. I saw this and I waited for it to pull back right here, and it broke above here, and I took a short about here and rode it down to here because obviously the market shut then, but I thought we're going to have a leg down, another leg down. When it broke above and started coming back down, I jumped in about here. And it worked really well. It may have been slightly risky, but my theory was I only had $1,200 left in the account, so I didn't have... I thought if it goes, it goes. It's just one of those things. But as it was only 1,200 on the plus side, if it did fail, you get obviously 80% off. But I pay $80 a month for that at the moment. But obviously when I pass these into PAs, I'll pay the one-off fee, so there won't be any fee, any monthly fees. Hey. I've just bought 50 using your code. Oh, thank you, Yusuf. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you, Jacko. I deserve it. Thank you, my friend. He always sends me nice messages, does Jacko. Crypto Mojo. Morning, Crypto Mojo. That's a little thing to do, yeah. Thank you, Yusuf. You are a gentleman. Who else have I missed? Anybody this morning? Who haven't I said hello to? I've said hello to everybody, I think, haven't I? Yeah. So, yeah, I hope you all had a nice weekend. I kind of get up. I got up this morning. You get that little sort of tingle in your tummy, don't you? That you're going to be doing some trading today. So let's see how we get on here. But yeah, it's been I'd say it's almost sort of following the same as yesterday, really, isn't it? Up, down, up, down, up, down. So it's a bit choppy here, so let me take that up. Let's take that up to there. That looks a bit better, doesn't it? Hey, Scruffy, how you doing, buddy? Scruffy. I love some of the names you guys use. I'm quite sad, actually. I just use my own name. First name and last name. So markets seem to be doing relatively well lately. I know I've got some crypto. Crypto just seems to be rocketing up. Whether it's the big boys just playing the game a little bit. I know sometimes they tend to they throw a bit of money in, don't they? And then all us poor saps follow them. Market goes up a bit more, and then they dump them. So they do tend to play the market a little bit. They do. Let's see where this one falls here. Maybe not. Yeah, see what happens if it comes down here. See if it's going to be playing the range game for a while. Maybe it is. CP-ROM. Hi, Lance. Morning. After the evaluation, how much is the fee you pay each month? We've got two options now. Just give me 1 second. Let me just clear my chest a little bit. You've now got two options. You can pay, I think it's $85 a month. And that continues for the life of the PA account. Or you can pay a one-off fee. Now, that one-off fee is different depending on the size of the account. So I'm pretty sure, I'm 95% sure for a $50,000 account, I think it's $140. So you're paying about 50% more, something like that. I think it's $80 or $85, something like that. Now, I would say if you've already got a PA account and you're managing to build something and you're not just, going through that phase of failing them, you're probably then better off paying for the one-off fee, which is what I'm going to do on these three, because obviously, if I manage to have that going now for sort of a month, something like that, a month. Yeah, near on a month. Although it took some damage recently. I lost about $3,500 in 2 days, but hopefully I can build that back up. But yeah, these ones I'll pay the one-off fee. It's about $140 on each. Because obviously if you're managing to build account and you can keep a PA account open, obviously, I've paid 2 months on that now, so that's cost me $160. So I've already paid more than I would have done on that one-off fee. Which is why when it was only down to $1,200, I took a slightly riskier trade, which gave me that yesterday, because I thought if I'm going to blow the account, then it is what it is. At least I ain't got to pay that continuous monthly fee. So I was a bit on the fence what to do there. Hey, Keith, how you doing, buddy? Was sitting on your 23rd of Jan schedule meeting. Sorry, mate. What it is, I just put that on because of the evaluation. There's only so many, I think 5 or 6 days left. But I all I've ever done is live streams. I've never actually put a video on as such, so I wasn't quite sure how to do it. So I thought if I just put that on, and I might have to get rid of it. I know Marlon, another trader buddy I talked to in the US, he messaged me and he's saying, "Why are you taking a week off? Why aren't you trading till the 23rd?" So I need to figure out. I'll have to have a word with Sam actually. Obviously, he does the live streaming. I think he's got a few videos. I'm not too sure how to put it on as just a video and just leave it there, but because I've only live streamed, I'm not very. I've spent years and years watching YouTube, but never anything else. So this streaming business is still relatively new, and I'm still finding my feet a little bit. So apologies for that, mate. How's Scotland now? Anyway, I think you've had a coating of the white powder, haven't you? I noticed. I watched the news this morning. I think a lot of Scotland, like North Wales, have had quite a lot as well. North Wales have had quite a ton of it, I think. And obviously Scotland, you tend, a little bit further north, a little bit higher up. You tend to get it first. Sam's your man. Yeah, I'll have a word with him. I'll have to get him on Messenger, I think, when I'm in front of the screen. I'm not 100% sure what to do. So we've had a bit of news, but that didn't really materialise anything. He was up the Cairngorms yesterday. Were you really? Skiing? Well, I skied a little bit when I was a bit younger. I think I was 21 and I worked over in Austria and France for a couple of months during the ski season. And you can't beat being up in there. Something nice about snow, isn't it? Something nice about a layer of snow. Looks nice, doesn't it? And I picked myself a haggis up today, ready for Burns night. I've still got a couple of bottles of single malt in the cupboard. I know places like Sainsbury's usually do them all year round, but they've stopped lately for some reason. So I noticed I popped into Asda this morning and they had some haggis there, so I picked myself one up. So yeah, it's a pretty sort of a little bit choppy. You don't ski much. It's just a lot of climbing and mountaineering. Oh right, yeah, I got you. I used to do some of that. Well, not so much mountaineering. I used to go up to Snowdon quite a bit. I've been up in sort of some rough weather with crampons, and not ropes and ice axe and all that sort of steep. But I used to quite like going up. There's a couple of us. We used to go up to Snowdon quite regularly, up over Craiggoch. That's that big sort of knife edge that goes up to the top. I know my mate goes up to Scotland quite a bit. There's a lot of walking up there. He's ex-military, so he likes being out in the open. I've got to say, I've not been to Scotland many times. I think I went to meet somebody just to purchase something. And I met him, where did I go? Not Edinburgh. West of Edinburgh. Not Carlisle. Further north of Carlisle. Glasgow, was it? Might be Glasgow, yeah. I just literally went up there. But I have a cousin up there. Lives right up north somewhere. But I do mean to do the North Coast 500 sometime this year. It is beautiful, isn't it? A lot of people say go start from right to left, don't they? Go up the east side and over the top. That way you get save the best to last. And I'd love to do Iceland, I've got to say as well. I've talked about it with a mate about hiring, because you can hire one of these vans, can't you? Sort of these little sleeper vans, little sort of sleeper trannies, and drive around the coast of Iceland. Iceland does look stunning, I've got to say. It absolutely does. Yeah, it is. I think it's one of the few places as well. You can camp as well, isn't it? Camp anywhere. And I had a friend went up there and he did the what's the walk? I can't remember what it was. He went about. I think it was end of the summer. What's the walk? Something way I can't remember. But yeah, it's one of the few places you can just sort of camp anywhere within I believe anywhere. And I am a big single malt fan, I've got to say. So I would like to do some of the distilleries. It's slow today, I've got to say, very slow. It does look still in Iceland, it looks amazing, doesn't it? Always want to see the Northern Lights. In fact, you've probably seen them up your neck of the woods, haven't you? I know they are viewable, visible from Scotland from time to time. Obviously, being a little bit darker up there and a little bit far north. This is painful. What are you on about? Me and Keith chit-chatting or the market, Brad? Should we shut up? My wife says I can be painful now. You're talking about the market, aren't you? Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it? Which is strange because one would assume that the institutional guys will be back at work this morning, won't they? He's cheeky, isn't he? PA. He's cheeky, Jacko, and he's talking about us, really. He's pretending he's talking about the PA, but he's talking about us. No, he's not. It is a bit miserable, I've got to say, yeah. Seems to be a bit of a spike and channel there, doesn't it? Let's have a look at that. Yeah, it is a bit slow, isn't it? I wish it would speed up sometimes. Trouble is, you've got to be so careful around here, and don't I know it? I've been caught out short in this top line quite a few times. Okay, so we've had this, you might call it channel, spike and channel. We've had a break. Now, depending on where, if there is a bullish bar to take us to a new extreme, it's going to have to be right down here because we're obviously quite close to the tops. Now, we sort of, so far, have had a bit of an upward bias, but it's still really early. So if we can break right down here and then give us something bullish, not only is that a break with a bullish candle, it's actually a failure if I'm counting this right. So let me just zoom in a little bit. But it's going to have to break right down here for me to be interested in that. So we've definitely got a bit of a channel here, I'd say, or a bit of a spike and channel. I'm expecting it to break this high, but I don't want to get involved in that. Or, this is an or. No, it's not going to say that could possibly work, but it doesn't, does it? Or does it? Maybe. I don't know. I don't like that. Let's just get rid of it for the minute. Well, at least we're getting some movement. Let's leave it like that for now. Yeah, I mean, if overlook, we've had some sort of positive movements in the financial markets, haven't we, recently? If you look at that, this is the daily. So we've had this right from the beginning of the year or the end of last year. We've had this continuous sort of downtrend. And every time we've hit the highs, we've come back down. But this time we seem to be having quite a strong push up. Whether we're going to retest it or what, it's hard to say. But I know the crypto markets have had a good run. I mean, I know things like Solana's gone up like 80% in the last sort of couple of weeks. Last sort of week and a half, something like that. But we seem to be having a really strong push up. But it does seem to be stalling here. So I don't know if we had any really positive news. None that I'm really aware of. I think inflation's probably slowly starting to work its way down, isn't it? Just do me a favour, guys. You trade copy guys out there. Just double check that for me. I think it's right. Yes, it's right. My P account is running the account exact quantity. That looks all right, doesn't it? I think it's right. I'm pretty sure it's right. Gas and eggs are climbing. Yeah, I noticed eggs were a bit more expensive. I bought some earlier. It cost me £3 for a dozen. Gas. I thought gas was on its way down. Who did I watch? Who's the guy? Who's the sort of eccentric guy who owns the gas firm in the UK? Just pure renewables. I heard him talking with Nigel Farage a few days ago on Facebook, and he was on about natural gas is coming down and oil's coming down. So when are we going to see this be reflected in the energy bills? Obviously, the energy firms buy in advance, don't they? I believe 3 months in advance. So even if the price comes down now, we're probably not going to see anything for at least 3 to 6 months, I'd say. And then they don't always pass it on to us, do they? Bastards, excuse my French. Okay, so we've had this bit of a spike and channel. We've had a break, 2 legs down to a new low. We're pushing up. So what I want to avoid doing is picking a top again, because we've only really hit it once, although we have stumbled and it's rejected. But we do seem to have an upward bias, so whether we are going to push up or not, at the moment I'm thinking upward bias, so the last thing I want to be doing is thinking short at the moment. Let me just put that there, see if this looks... it's probably too easy to say, but it actually doesn't look terrible. And I'm probably going to leave that there for now, if anything, just to remind me not to go short here. I mean, that might end up going up to there in the end. If it does, if it does continue to push higher, but yeah, I've left that there just to remind me not to think about going short. So let's leave that there for a minute. Eggs, avian flu. Is that still an issue? Is it? Not heard much about it in the British news lately. 50 million chicks in the US. Oh, really? Well, I suppose if it's happening over there, it's going to be happening over here, isn't it? We tend to follow you guys. Apex just bought the use for the... Oh. Yeah, I was aware. I did, as I say, I've listened to that interview with Nigel Farage a few days ago, and it mentioned about gas and oil prices starting. What is oil, about $85 a barrel or something at the moment, isn't it? I remember like 8 years ago, it went up over $100 a barrel and everyone was panicking. So I'd say $85, considering the price of energy lately. I know our energy bill came through the other day. It was about 350 quid. I think we were paying, I'd say 5 years ago, we were paying about £120 a month. And it's 3 times that now. So it's gone up 300% in the last 5 years. So it's just, we're okay. We're managing okay. But I do feel sorry for maybe some of the elderly out there, because it's been cold in the UK today. I think it's been down to about -3 or 4 overnight, and we had our heating on this morning for quite a while. So I do feel sorry for the families that don't earn a lot of money, and certainly the elderly as well, because a lot of people are choosing, whether they either heat their kids or feed them, and it shouldn't come to that, to be honest with you. High back into the range, yeah. It's just a little bit too choppy for me, isn't it? It does seem rangy, isn't it? Let me get rid of that for now, because we have sort of broke down, pulled back in. But whether we'll come back and push, if we do end up pushing higher, then I might draw that range, that channel back. But we certainly, to me, we've opened here. We've had a couple of little pushes higher, and we've sort of strongly come down, and we've spent a little bit of time. So we're slowly working our way up. It's certainly not with bias at the moment. If I had to pick something, but it's still early yet. Whether this might come back a bit, and in fact, I'll tell you what. Let me put that back and just see if prices do come back to it, and if they do, then I might consider. Okay, so we've had it may do actually, because we've had. If I look at that, we've had a leg down, haven't we? Let's see if we get another. And if we do come back to here, it's certainly respecting that line, isn't it? Touched here, pretty close here, pretty close here, touched here. Yeah, it's definitely a channel, isn't it, of sorts. It is early, and I mean, it might not play a massive part, but it's certainly working along it, isn't it? We have had a push to the top, and it's come back down, straight back down to it. So this looks like a leg down. If we get a little bit of a pullback here, and another leg down will probably take us to somewhere around about here. Yeah, if we'll break a little bit higher here, which we have. I tend to like putting these up because you do get to, yeah, it's probably going to be a bit lower than that, isn't it? I think, but see if it does pull back. So who else, anybody else here had a PA payout yet, or having regular PA payouts? Just want to get a picture of who's finding it hard and who's actually starting to feel like they're getting somewhere. Well, the thing about eggs is you can do without eggs, can't you, if you really want to? It's not something that you desperately need, is it? Something you can live without. What we don't want is toilet roll to go up, because we are screwed. You can live without eating eggs. You can't live without wiping your arse, can you? So I'm old enough to remember tracing paper, all the stuff we used to have. I remember when I was a little one. We're just coming out of that phase. So I'll just add the one, yeah. Haven't been paid yet. I own this. Oh, good. Good on you. Good. Tell that to my wife. How eggs. I mean, I suppose the thing about eggs is you can have a couple of eggs on a couple of bits of toast, can't you? You've had a meal. So even if you say, what are they, £3 here? Let's say something ridiculous like, I don't know, a couple of pounds per half a dozen. You have two. Hello? What's happening here? You have two eggs. What's that, about 60, 70 pence? Is there some news I'm missing here? So they're quite a cheap meal, really, I suppose, aren't they? I'm not sure what's going on here, but it's not like we've eaten through any shorts anywhere. Have we had some news that I'm unaware of? In fact, we had this, see, if you look at this, we had this sort of break, didn't we, in a higher low? And that took off like a rocket, didn't it? I don't. There's no news I'm aware of. That's all done and dusted. You want to get yourself some chickens, Jacko? We had some chickens a few years ago. We had about 5 of them, I think. It's quite nice picking fresh eggs. I remember during lockdown as well, because I was a chef. When I first left school, I went to college and I was a chef. So I make a lot of bread. I make a lot of sourdough bread, I do. That's sort of a bit of a hobby of mine. I do love the sourdough bread. And I remember during lockdown, no one knew, the first time we had lockdown, no one knew how bad it was going to be. So you could not get bread flour for love nor money. I even struggled to get it from the manufacturers by the sackload. It was, you know what I mean? And I wasn't buying it because of lockdown, but everyone else was. So I couldn't even get the flour I was using just for a hobby. But you could not get it for love nor money. It just was selling out everywhere. It's quite fun to have. I actually built a coop, I did. We just had my daughter, she's 14 now, but when she was about 6 or 8, she had one of these little sort of log cabins. And when we moved, we took it apart and it was like loads of tongue and groove. It was quite nice wood, actually. So I used that and built a chicken coop. And we bought some chickens. Quite nice to have, actually. You know, they're pretty cheap to keep. Just buy a sack of the pellets and then just give them bits of leftover scraps, you know, peelings and, you know, peel vegetables and that. And they're quite fun to have. Clean them out once a week. We just used to just put, I think, sawdust. We used to buy big tubs of sawdust, but it's quite fun to have them, actually. And they're pretty cheap. I think we paid about, I don't know, it was like £15 per bird. And a lot of birds will produce, on average, sort of 5-6 eggs a week. So if you have, you know, 3 birds, it's quite nice. And I mean, obviously, there's nothing nicer than cracking an egg in the pan that's still actually warm because, you know, it's literally just been laid. They're certainly fresh. You watch a lot of cricket as a kid. Yeah, you and me both. As soon as Price shut up just now, I imagine you saying, "Oh, that's a 6." Did you? Boundary. Yeah. No, I love my cricket. So where are you from then, Coco Trades? Where are you from if you're a cricket fan? I'd say you're not from the US then, because I know a lot of the guys from the US are not that familiar with cricket. But yeah, I do love my cricket. Nothing nicer than sitting there. We used to take a cool box, fill it with beer and just sit there all day and great, love it. Used to love it. So I did say that it may turn out to top of that at some point earlier. And it certainly looks like it. So let's just see what happens. See if it does turn back from there, because we may get quite a nice range day today, which would be nice. We like days like that. Indian. Indian. There you go. That makes sense. Love the Indian people. Great people. Mad crackers. Absolutely nuts about the cricket they are. And rightly so. It's a great game. No, I love the Indian people. Never met an unfriendly one. And they always want to try and feed you, which I love anyway. But yeah, if you're Indian, you like your cricket. It's your national sport, isn't it? Yeah, I know we've got... we got South Africa. We've got 3 one-day internationals, I think, in about a week, just over a week, I think. And then we've got the Ashes in June, which I usually go and see. Probably a lot of you Americans haven't got a clue what I'm talking about, but the Ashes is just a tournament we have every 2 years against Australia. But yeah, cricket's a great game. It's a great game. And you're from, right, okay, let me say your name. Farhan? Is that right? Pakistan. In fact, I think we played you. We did, didn't we? We played you in Pakistan. If I remember rightly, we beat you 3-0, didn't we? Shouldn't I mention that? I think we did. And I think, isn't that the only time in history a team's come over to Pakistan and won every test match? I think that's the only time that's ever happened, actually. Which is why it's unusual that it was us. You'd expect it to be someone like Australia or something, but yeah, it doesn't often happen, that. So my sympathies to you, sir. I'm not really sympathetic. But Pakistan, yeah, another great cricket nation. Mad about cricket again. Yeah, you guys know how to have a good time, I'll give you that. Because you'd be rubbing my nose in it, wouldn't you? If the shoe was on the other foot. Okay, we're getting a little bit of sideways stuff here. Does seem like we've certainly gone up with bias. It does seem like it's turning into a trend channel. So if I just bring that down a bit and touch it right at the top, look at that. Fits perfect there. Fits nice there. Nice there, nice there, nice there, nice there. That looks good to me, actually. So I think we've definitely established we have a trend, which is good. Okay. And we've also got a trend channel there. And we've had a break. And that's one leg down, bit of sideways. And often we get exactly the same down here. So there's a new high. So there's a new high. But yeah, quite often when we do that, sharp down, a little bit of sideways and sharp again. It's almost like a zigzag, isn't it? Let's see if we can push down here and have something bullish. So I'm confident that that's a trend anyway. Fits nice at the bottom. It's touched twice there. The only other time really it could have touched is in the middle, but that's fine. It's been down the bottom section of this. It's tried to push up and it's come down the bottom side of it again. Let's see if we can find something here. I kind of like what it's done there. If we can come down here, I'll class that as like a hidden. It's a sort of a second entry, isn't it, or a measured move? Trouble is, if it pushes up and finishes here, I don't want to take it. Actually, it doesn't look that bad, does it? I think that's a good trade myself. It's probably likely going to go. I just don't like the way it's sitting next to that. And that's on the downside. I like where it is. And I think it's likely it's going to push up here. But it is stalling a bit, so see if we can get a higher low. I do like how it's fallen. I've got to say, we've clearly got a trend up there. We've had a break. One push down, a little bit of sideways, another push down, followed by a big bearish bar. I can't see where there's going to be any shorts in there to be trapped, which is why it's taking its time going up, but I think it's going to. I'd say that's pretty much going to come up here, in my opinion. But the reason I left it is I just don't like the way it's doing all this, which sometimes can make me a bit nervous. See if we can get a higher low. So tempting, but yeah, it is tempting. I think it probably will go up because we've clearly gone up with bias. We've had a break. We've pushed down. And quite often when it does that, if you look, you'll start to notice patterns the more you sit and watch this. And a straight push down, a little bit of sideways, and the same again. It hasn't quite come down as much as I'd like, but I do like the fact that it's broken below there and it's finished on its highs, and it's right on the EMA, and the EMA is pointing upwards, so I think it's likely it's going to move up. You took it but scratched it for a couple of ticks. Yeah, it looks good, but the trouble is, once it starts stalling, you're going to be thinking, oh, should I have taken it because of this lot? I think it's probably going to go higher. It's just probably making you sweat a bit. You've certainly got 2 points out of it. I think it's going to go higher, but I think the sensible thing to do would probably be, where are we? I mean, let's leave that at 2 points. I think it's probably going to get that. Probably going to come higher, actually, but it's just because of this, really, isn't it? If that wasn't so much of an issue, I'd take that. Yeah, so you say there's no setup, and there sort of isn't, but when we've clearly got an uptrend, so I think we've established that when you get a channel and we get a break, we usually make a new high. Now, we've had a push down and a little bit of sideways and another push down, so you could call that a sort of a hidden second entry, in a sense. But we've had 2 legs down, haven't we? We've had 2 clear legs down to the EMA. We've broken lower with the EMAs pointing up, and that is a bullish bar. So normally that's the type of place where it would go higher. Now it's not a 95% trade, but I think it's probably a 75 to 80% trade. You'd have got 2 points out of it. But I think it's probably going slower because of this. If there wasn't, if that wasn't in there, there'd probably be a lot more buyers in there, which would then push it up. But I think momentum and the fact that people are expecting it to break this new high is what's going to push it up. So you'd have got 2 points for sure out of that. And I think it's probably going to come. I think it's likely going to break that high. I'd expect it to. But yeah, it's sort of it is 2 legs down. Although, even a hidden second entry, it's not a second entry by the count, because obviously if you're counting it, but just the way it looks, 1 leg down, sideways, 2 legs down to the EMA, broken below, nice big bullish bar. We're in an uptrend. EMA's pointing upwards. I expect it to go higher. It was congested before this bullish bar. Yeah, it was, but often when we have this push down a little bit sideways, then we'll have a break out the bottom. And even if you took that, even if you went like that and took that as a range, sideways small range, what happened? We broke out the bottom, didn't we? You fade the range, don't you? So you've got a nice big strong bar there, right at the top of the EMA, which is where I like it. EMA's facing up, so you could sort of. That's where I'd expect to take a trade that fell out the bottom of a range. It's just taking its time to get up a bit because of this, but the more I look at that, the more I think it's not a bad trade. It is a little bit more risky, but I think that probably work. I don't know, probably 8 times out of 10 maybe. It's a second entry long after the break. Yeah, it's not a second entry long with a count, but I think Mac could look at that and say 2 legs down. So 1 leg, 2 legs, and you'd expect it. Excuse me a second. Sorry about that. Yeah. I mean, that if you'd have had 2.5 points out of that, this may be another push up after. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I'm glad I left it because the sensible decision, I think, would be that it is a bit more risky, and I'm trying for the high probabilities. But obviously, you'd have got 2 points comfortably out of that. If I was scalping a point, then maybe I would have taken that. But because I take a little bit more, Okay, so this is possibly a failure. We didn't make a new high. See what happens here. This is a failure. We haven't made a new high. I'm expecting it to go higher. Let me get a buy order ready, because if this finishes nice, then I might take this. Because that then is a failure. See how it finishes. Right, okay. Perhaps it's coming back down. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay. Let's see if we get a second entry. Although that has closed below. Maybe coming down a bit, but I'd say, we're certainly quite bullish. Okay, then I'd say there's possibly going to be some shorts trapped there, so let's see. I just hope this doesn't finish too big. In fact, if this does push up, I'd rather take it on a limit order, because it's not anyway. So. I want this to finish above the EMA. Nice and bullish. See what happens. This is a possible second entry. Doesn't look like it's going to, does it? No. Might get higher, but I just don't like the way it's finished below there. EMA's flat at the moment, so there may be some longs trapped there. See if that breaks below. Yeah, we have. I mean, you could say that's sort of 2 legs down. You could say that's 2 legs down as well. But just if that finished above the EMA bullish, then I'd have gone long on there. And it quite likely is going to go long, but just don't like the fact that it's below the EMA. And it needed to push up just a little bit more for my liking. Yeah, I'd say that's near on, damn it, a couple of legs down, isn't it? Yeah, almost. A few ticks maybe. Also a triple test. You're on about ear, and ear, are you? I did look at that, but that one's a bit higher, isn't it? And I just don't like the fact that it's not quite as bullish as I'd like it. Yeah, we have pushed up. We've come down to here. We've come down again. Yeah, I certainly think it's probably likely it's going to push up above here, but it does look a little bit rangy as well, doesn't it? Just a little bit. Probably because we've pushed up so strongly to the top section of this this channel. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, it does look like we've got a nice little channel up there, doesn't it? Seems to be fitting quite nice. Fitting nice at the bottom. There. It's certainly working up that way, isn't it? That's certainly good enough for me. I'm confident that I'm happy where that is. I mean, if we came down here again, well, the trouble is, we're trying to high one strike, but the highs are getting lower and lower, aren't they? So that, I think sometimes that rings alarm bells. It is struggling to get, certainly looking more red than green, isn't it? It does seem to be struggling to get there, so that could be coming down here. It's hard to say. You could call that high or low, but we're close to these highs already, aren't we? There's probably only a couple of points of a push in it, and it has struggled to get up there, and it's coming down lower and lower, so that it's just it's not something I want to get into. Yeah, it's struggling, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's correcting. Quite often, if you look at them, they correct on a downwards motion, don't they? And then push up again. They'll always correct sideways. Sometimes they'll correct and they'll sort of make this slow sort of channel down, and then off they'll go again. 4028 needs to hold. Yeah. Okay, so then we made a new high there. Let's remove that. Okay, there's the new high then, yeah, so perhaps it's come back here. So okay, so that's played out then. So let's zoom out and have a little look. Yeah, that's trending up nice, Alice. I like that. And I like the way it it eventually went up to where I thought it might eventually hit. I had it down here initially. So that's quite nice, that. And there's plenty of width in that for it to be able to spend a chunk of the day going up as well. So you took that higher low, that one there. I did look at it, but you know me, I usually go for 3.5 to 4 points. And it's just the fact that there wasn't quite enough room. What was there? 2. Yeah, so you'd have got 2. You just got 2 points out of it. Range highs, yeah. I still expected it to go higher, so I think that was a bit risky. I think that was a better trade, but it just wasn't enough room for comfort for me, really. What was the risk? It wasn't a massive risk, was it? 2.5 points now. All right. Yeah, 2.5 points. Tick above, tick below, 3 points. Not a huge risk. At least the ATR's come back down. The ATR was about 3.5 earlier on. Last touch on the bottom side of that trend channel, draw a medium channel up from that. So your last touch on the bottom side here. You're about here, are you? No, you can't be, can you? You're about here. Oh, is that what you're doing? Okay, yeah, that works. So in that case, that makes that then a slightly better trade, the fact that it does seem like we're going up. I mean, it's early at the moment. Well, in fact, I've touched it once here, twice, and that's close enough. So would I leave that there? Yeah, I think it's okay, actually. See where it finishes here. Yeah, so that makes that trade a bit better then. Started here once, twice. So is this a Mac triple test? Whereabouts you on about? At the top? See, I was aware that a triple test, if we'd had a break out of here, we'd try to go lower once, try to go lower 3 times at the same place, followed by a bullish bar. I believe that to be, but I'm not sure how strict he hit. How strict does it have to touch at the same place? Or is it just once, twice, 3 times roughly? With a bar like that, maybe down here. I've not done a massive amount. I'm going to have to pay a bit more attention to Mac's charts when he talks about triple tests. But Mac mentions them, but does he take them? See, Mac will probably mark anywhere between about 6 and 15 high probability trades, which he marks either with a red arrow or a blue arrow, and he also marks the green ones. Now, if he's marking between sort of 6 and 15 a day, why isn't he taking them? Because I know he said in an email to me once, and I heard him say he only still takes 2 to 3 trades a day. So although if he marks them as high probability trades and doesn't take them, why is that? I think there's a difference between a high probability trade and a very high probability trade, I think. So yeah, it's a bit misleading sometimes. So, if he's marking sort of anywhere, maybe an average of 8 or 10 a day, why isn't he taking them if they're high probability trades? Now, if we knew for a fact we could take 8 to 10 high probability trades in a day, we'd probably take them, wouldn't we? But he takes only 2 to 3, so I don't know. And he stops before lunch. Yeah. Comes from a little behind. Channel I come. Oh, okay. 1443. You're about here, are you? 1443. You're about here. probably about there, wouldn't it? You can't be on about that, can you? It'll be further back, isn't it? Let's have a look. 43 sort of here, isn't it? That doesn't work, does it? Oh, okay, that works out a bit better. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's just so hard to say, isn't it? Because you could keep drawing them off different places. Right, that's confusing me. So let's just pull that out of the way a minute. Okay, that's a bit better. Touch there. Touch there. So this, in that case, could be a break then, isn't it? So we touched here, touched here, touched here, touched here. 2 legs down. See if we get a bullish bar now. It's so hard, isn't it? You can keep drawing these, that's the problem. From the swing low. That's right, isn't it? Is that what you mean, yeah? New high, 2 legs down. 2 legs down, yeah. So actually at the moment we're still in this range, aren't we? Trouble is, you can keep moving them and moving them and moving them, can't you? Mac has a dollar amount, maybe. Oh, right, okay. Maybe 1, 2 or 3 trades a day, yeah. The swing low. Which swing low are you on about? Is that what you meant? What about further round? Correct now, okay, yeah. Let's see if that overall still fits. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yes, it's so hard, isn't it? Doesn't fit at the top's nice, but we start going sideways now, so. Okay, so you could call that a break. So if we can come down the bottom here, then there's a triple test, a second entry long, and a break looking for a new high. So that would probably be worth a trade then, wouldn't it? If we can get down here somewhere with something bullish, and if that channel is correct, then 2 legs down. Yeah, let's see what happens. Oh. So it finishes. So if we're in a range coming off the bottoms, if this channel is right, breakout, new high, and a second entry long possibly. So let's see. That is my channel exactly. The other one looks too wide. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay. Ooh, would you take that one? It's tempting, isn't it? That's very tempting. Yeah, it's a second entry long, isn't it? Okay, let's see what happens. It's a second entry long bullish bar. And someone else asked the question about, do you take him under the EMA? And Max said, yeah, he does. So, let's see. So it doesn't get any more bullish than that, does it? We've clearly had a break. Second entry long. See if it pushes up. Let's move this up a little bit and try and follow it if it does. What's the risk? 7, 8, 9, 3. Is that 3 3/4 points, is it? I'll see what happens. Anybody else in that? So I kind of hope this triggers below a bit here, because there's going to be some failures in there yet. If that pushes above here, then my confidence is back there. I'm going to give that one extra tick. That's not looking good, is it? Oh, shit. That's the trouble. When you start moving your you watch it around, you don't know what's right and what's wrong. We cleared out a break, 2 legs down, nice bullish bar. Shorted the failure. Trouble is, we're in an uptrend, aren't we? And if that channel's right and we've had a break out of it, put my original channel back. See if that made a difference. Would I have taken that one? No, I wouldn't have done. Yeah, see, the trouble is, if I'd have left that channel, I wouldn't have marked there. I wouldn't have taken that. That's the trouble when you keep messing around. Yes, if I'd have had that bigger channel, all I want that bigger channel is to tell me we're going higher. Now, the trouble is, once you keep drawing other channels like that and we have a break, second entry long, big bullish bar, you expect that to go higher. But it didn't. We're coming down. And I think the reason we're coming down is because we may be retesting the bottom part of this. That's the trouble. Trouble is, if that channel's right, why do you need a second leg down? It's a second entry long. If we break a channel, which we've done, second entry long, big bullish bar. Yeah, the trouble is because I've changed that now, see? That's caused me to take a trade I wouldn't have normally taken. Let me get rid of that now. Yeah, that's the trouble. When you start changing things, it makes you make decisions that you wouldn't normally do. I'm just going to have to stick to what I see. Because if I change things, it's not going to make sense to me. And that's what... See, there may well be other trends within it, but what I'm trying to get the gist of is I'm waiting to either come down to here or push higher to give me a... Yeah, okay. No point in crying over spilt milk, is there? I'm just going to have to do it how I see it. Because if I'm changing it to how other people see it, it doesn't look right to me then, see? If that was a trend channel and this was just not in play yet, that's a second entry long breaking out the channel. But to me, it's not a proper channel because that breakout hasn't tried to push high. Excuse me a second. Okay. Where were we? It did close underneath, but Mac answered that question the other day. Should you take longs under here if the context is right? So because I drew a different channel there, it looked like it broke with a thing. So I'm just going to have to just trade it how I see it. Otherwise, I'm going to end up making mistakes. It just affects my bias then, see? I'm drawing this, the upper channel. I'll still draw, I've still got my eye on, we've had a small term trend channel and a break in a new low. But until we come back and push above the EMA, that won't sort of get me going long, you know what I mean? So, yeah, so I'm just going to have to do it how I see it. Otherwise, I'm going to end up sort of messing trades up. But the thing is, it's a second entry long, isn't it? If that broke out the channel and was a second entry long with a big bullish bar, Mac talks about doing those, so that tells me that the trend channel wasn't correct. It didn't look right with this bit at the top. So now I've got this bigger one so I can work out where it's coming to get me back into it. If it comes down to here and gives me a higher low, as we've already respected that before, that's when I'll sort of get into them. I'm annoyed I sort of changed really, because I did say a couple of weeks ago I'm going to have to stick to what I see, otherwise it's going to affect me bias. So I'm annoyed with myself really. Well, it was the key entry point, wasn't it? Mac mentioned that the other day about taking longs into the EMA, and if he said if the context is right, it's okay to do it. See, that told me that that thing wasn't right, because normally you'd have a break and a new high, which tells me we probably had a break further down, which takes you, you know what I mean? Could have said that was sort of like that. So if you put that like that, that does look a bit better, you know what I mean? And then we've had a break, 2 pushes up to a new high. But I've had that, 2 push up to a new high. Then I'm coming back now. I'm coming back, whether we're coming back to here or we're going to come back, bounce and push over here. So all I'm drawing this larger trend channel is just to give me an idea of what sort of areas the market's working between. So that probably would have been a better. If I'd have had that, in fact, I probably did, didn't I? But yeah, the trouble is if I keep changing things, it doesn't look right to me then. And that's why I ended up getting into a trade that I wouldn't have normally taken. So really, I'm just going to have to carry on with the short-term trend channels and then wait for it to push up in the direction I think it's going to push. No. I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it under the EMA. If we've had a break, if we've had a second, as long as it's a second entry, and if we've had a break of a channel, I've seen him doing there, because he has. Somebody mentioned about taking trades under the EMA, and he said no, it's fine to do as long as the context is right. Okay, so we've had a break of this. Let's see what's going on here. Well, in fact, let's draw that like that. The trouble is, if it's not something I'm comfortable with, I'm going to be out of my comfort zone. So I'd rather just trade it as I'm trading. I did something a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago, somebody said that change it to this, change it to that. I ended up getting mixed up and taking another bad trade, but I'm just going to have to take what I see and what looks right to me. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. Yeah, you can take it under if I clearly heard Max say that. Yeah, see, if I wouldn't have drawn that, there's nowhere I'd have took that. And I'd just be expecting it, if it's pushed below here, to come back to either here, which is where I was expecting the channel to... Pushing out the bottom of this now. Let's see what happens. So let's leave that there like that. Would you take that back in? It's just risky, isn't it? But the thing is, if I'd have followed that trend channel, Brand, if that channel was right, I know it fitted on the bottom, but you can make any of them fit, really. It's on the bottom. Yeah, we've had a break, 2 legs down, big bullish bar. You'd expect that to make a new high. Even if it's below this, well, it's not going to be near the key entry point if it breaks out of a channel, is it? You know what I mean? The only key entry point it's going to be near is the EMA, but because it finished on its high, if that channel was right, which it didn't look right to me because of this bit here, you'd expect to take that long. The thing is, it didn't finish long here. It's just under the EMA, but I've seen Max say you can take those. And it could have been a bit different on someone else's chart, which tells me I've got to think more in the line of the shorter term trend channels. And shorter term, even that shorter term would have had a break and a new high. So I wouldn't have even been thinking about going long until either we pushed down here and pushed out. But what's going on here? Anyway, so there's no point in crying over spilt milk. It's already done. Let's see what's going on here. See, I'd say the channel is valid up to here. Once it started coming sideways, I don't know. It just didn't look right to me. Now that looks more like it. Hold on a minute, that's not. Yeah, I don't know, it just something doesn't look right. It's just this bit up here. Trouble is, you can move them till your heart's content, and you'll make them work if you want to. So we've had a push up here, haven't we? We've had a break, new high, back to the EMA, push up, break, push up, break, push up. I'd say that one was more like it. Yeah, I'd say that was the better channel there. We've had a break, 2 pushes up to a new high, then I'd expect it to come down then. Trouble is, we've had this push up, we've gone sideways, and we eventually made a new high. So that's the channel to me. It's not further back. That's the channel to me. Push up, back, push up, back, push up, break, a little bit of sideways, a little bit of correction, eventually made a new high, we're coming back down, and that's what would write to me. Yeah, I mean, granted, a higher low would have been better, but I've seen Mac take them even below the EMA if we got a good channel. See, that to me is a channel because we're at the high of the channel, an overall channel. We couldn't necessarily go higher quicker, so we've had a little bit of a correction, and then eventually made a new high, and then we've come back down. In fact, that is a failure. Then, see, would I got into that? Probably not, because I'm not a fan of counter trending, but. I may have done just down towards here, but I don't know. There's no point. The trouble is, I've got to trade it how I see it. If I'm trying to trade it how other people are seeing it, it's not going to work. One, because I'm trusting you to be right when I've got where I am on these accounts now with with the decisions I'm making. So if I start to change them, it just affects the bias. That's the downside. Well, I've seen Mac taking trades below the EMA going up, just because it hasn't pushed up as high to the EMA. And at the moment we're bullish, aren't we? So I'm thinking long. So if I wouldn't have drawn that trend channel, I wouldn't have taken that. That's why I don't tend to draw. I'm drawing this just as an overall to just to show we got a bias upwards of some form, but I'm not religiously taking trades. That's just showing me where prices are moving at the moment. What's happening here? And the trouble is, once I start moving things around, it affects my bias. And I start making trades in what other people are seeing instead of what I'm seeing. That's the thing. The chart. Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Thing is, just quickly, if I drag in one of Marco's trades, it's gonna, if I can get it to come in. I drag in one of Marco's trades. See this trade? We've had this break, yeah? 2 legs down. He's taken that, which is sort of similar to what in fact, it's not as good as mine because mine finished on the edge, but look what he's taken it below the EMA. You know what I mean? So he's expecting it to go up as I am that. That one, it's way above the EMA. So they do take them. And I have seen Max say it a few times. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brant, but the thing is, I have to trade it how I see it. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. I'll end up taking trades that don't seem right to me. Hmm. What is happening now? All right, it might not have been the best thing to explain, but the point still remains. I need to trade it how I see it. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. I can't keep listen to other people's suggestions. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Oh, I thought we may get a pushback here, but yeah, I think as we all sort of learn, don't we? And we all develop our way of doing it, and the way I've done it, or the way it's working for me, because I've clearly sort of built up. Obviously, I had a couple of bad days, but I've built up to get paid, but I'm certainly working in the right direction. So I have to keep going on what, and I just, as I lose trades or develop, obviously my trading will develop with it, but you have to sort of learn and then sort of, follow your own way, and then it's sort of on the job learning, if you like, isn't it? Yeah, it does. Every strategy just does fail. Yeah, agreed. But what I got to stop doing is changing things to what people think it might be. The only way I'm going to carry on and learn is if I leave things as it is and sort of learn myself. And if I make mistakes, then time's gone slow. In fact, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break, mate. Quick cup of tea. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, my cup of tea. Yeah, it is looking a bit bearish, I've got to say. Fact, that's a second entry short, isn't it? Come on. Oh. Oh, I'm going to have to come in with a limit order if that works. That's a second entry short, that is. That's going to come back, is it, I think? That was a big bar, that was. Second entry short. It's looking bearish, isn't it? Let's see if we can extend that. Yeah. It's hard to say, isn't it, really? It's hard to say. Okay. I would have taken this. It didn't push down that much, so it is looking bearish. Why isn't that showing? Why isn't that showing? Okay. That's better. Okay. That's actually a failure now, isn't it? Let's have a look. New high, triangle once, triangle twice. Failure if it breaks below there. See if we can get back in the green. Okay, that's triggered. Let's see if we can get down here somewhere. Maybe some longs trap there. If we can get below here, Maybe some longs trap there. Get below here. I think we may have a bit of a push down there. There's probably going to be some longs there as well. So if we can get below either of those, that one first and that one second, I think we should have a decent push down then. Okay, a bit more of a push down. I think we should get a nice chunk down then. There we go. Okay. I thought we'd get a bit more of a push down from there. What did we get there? Okay, at least we're back in the green anyway. Probably going to come down some more, I'd say. Let's have a look. See, it could be there. Let's have a look. That sort of looks a little bit of sideways and down again. We're probably going to come down the bottom of the test the bottoms of here, I think. But once we've broken here, I didn't know whether we may push and then pull back up quickly. He took a failure there, did it? Yeah. I think that was okay. I think I like that. That was a second entry short, big, strong bar. I just didn't want to get in at whatever that was. It's quite a bit, wasn't it? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's 5 points. So 5.5 points. I ended up getting a bit further back. Yeah, that was more like it. What was the risk then? Let's have a look. Yeah, the risk was 2.7. Yeah, that's better. That was worth it then. So, and obviously, when that one, that was the. So, what do we get there? 11, 5 points. Is that right? Sorry. 30, 40, 3.75 points. That'll do, mate. Plus, sorry. I don't usually type this slow. I just got the microphone in front of me, so let's have a look. Certainly looks, especially we've quickly sold there, haven't we? And then we've gone a little bit sideways back to the EMA. I know I put that channel there, but I just put the channel close to this EMA, and it seems to work all right, doesn't it? Thanks, Keith. Brand, nice 5 points there. You got 5 points, did you? Where'd you take yours from? Or here? I didn't get 5 here, I think, did I? I'm pretty sure it was 3.75. So like 11, yeah, 3.75 for me. I'd take that fairly any day. Yeah, see, strangely enough, I don't know whether I would. I usually like them a bit closer, but it was the second entry, that big bullish bar that literally engulfed those two. And it does look like we're coming down, doesn't it? So that for me was a no-brainer, but I obviously didn't like the bar, such a big bar, so I got on a limit order back here, and I only risked 2.75 points then, so I got over 1-to-1, so I'm happy with that anyway. So at least I'm back in the green anyway, so that's all positive. Excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. My door coming in. Let's have a look. I think the failure is a yeah, absolutely. Well, as soon as that triggered, that sort of gave me a bit of hope, because I'm playing this as it's a second entry, but it is right at the key entry point. Obviously, after we're up, it's hard to get out of that bias when you're going up, isn't it? But we've hit this a few times, haven't we? We come back down, which tends to tell me that maybe the overall is more of a range. I'm expecting that to come down here and retest this here. I did think about leaving it, but the trouble is, we had that quick push down, and that's where I jumped in. We broke below. Where was the long here? That one. I thought there's going to be some longs there, and possibly here, because we've had that breakout. So that maybe some longs still stuck there. And we had that quick push down, and I just dropped my thing ordering just to grab some points just in case it came back. But you could have swung that a little bit, and if you had done, what would you have got? Yeah, I mean, that went down to 9.5. I mean, you'd have got 9.5 points then, would you? Yeah, you'd have just got 9.5 points there from where I went. But I'm happy just to get something anyway. At least I got more than 1-to-1. It was a 2.75 risk, 3.75 points, so it's all good. I don't like that lower high finished at the short term. That one there, no, I didn't. I wouldn't have taken that as a lower high, to be honest with you. That was, I think, I like that. I just like the fact that we'd had this, we'd come down, we'd strongly dropped. You can't continue like that. You're going to have to correct. And we did, a couple of legs back up. And then that was a lower high anyway. I didn't take it there, but we got a little bit sideways. And it usually does that strong push down. Can't maintain that for long because it's that strong. Bit of a correction back to the EMA. That was a big, strong bar. And for me, that was where it was going to come down. It was a second entry short, right at the right below the EMA. EMA is facing down. We've had a lower high from here. Then the reason I came in on limit order because it was like 5-point risk. And I took it at 2.75, which was about here. So it was win-win for me, that was. So I'm not saying this channel is, but it doesn't look terrible, does it? The large signal bar you took closed at support of congestion. The small failure after that was the good setup. Well, it is what it is, isn't it? You've got to trade it how you see it. For me, it corrected back to the EMA. As soon as we had a nice big strong bar at the EMA, that's when it went shorter. I don't think I'd have taken that, see? When I was already in the trade and that triggered below, obviously that assured it more that we were going down, but so we're getting a little bit of sideways now. Now we're getting towards the bottom. Let's see what happens. That's why I didn't take. That's why I didn't. I came in at a limit order. I like the bar. I like where it was, but obviously it was a big risk. So I took the. What did I take it down to? Yeah. I lowered the risk. I got in about halfway. Was it halfway? Yeah, it was halfway. So for me, that was worth it then. So let's see what happens when we get down here. So obviously that's clearly dropped right at the bottom there. We're always going to see things a bit different. Yeah. We all want to stay friends. Yeah, it's okay. Me and Brant are just sort of strong in our opinions of it, and that's all right. Everyone's different. That's all right, you know. If I wasn't gonna, you know, if I didn't want opinions, I wouldn't have, you know. The opinions are there. I can either take them or I can leave them. It's, you know, there's nothing set in stone. But that's all right. No, I don't get offended anybody. I mean, that one, I listened to other people take that one, but I took the trade ultimately, so it's down to me. But no, opinions are okay. I don't mind opinions. That does look. What if we will come down lower? So if you look on the daily now, we've had this big strong push down, didn't we? And we had this little bit sideways, and we've had a couple of good pushes out, and it's certainly stalling there, isn't it? And it looks like it's just starting to get bearish there. No, I don't. You can say anything you want about me. Just don't take me food. But no, it does. We've pushed up strongly, haven't we? But now we're coming to the top of this trend channel where it's been for the last year. People are thinking, ooh. So it's definitely slowing down, isn't it? So this to me is looking like it's starting to get bearish, which would make sense with what we're seeing there. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'll see different channels. You've got to sort of learn your own way, really, haven't you? And a lot of the times you have slightly different ones. Sometimes when I look at Max, I see different. For the majority, I would say me and Marco similar, and me and Max similar. But yeah, sometimes they'll see different things. But at the end of the day, if it works and you're making money, you're doing something right. And obviously, that's why I do compare my stuff to Max and compares it to people like Marco and Daniel. Doesn't often see him nowadays, but he's another good trader. And I often compare my channels to them just to check I'm on the same sort of wavelength. And obviously, you know, when I see what they do and I look at mine and think, you know, could I have changed it? Would it have made any difference? You know, blah, 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 and all that. So let's say, so we've come down now and we've got a little bit sideways. If we push out of here and we can get to here bearish, I'd be, see that? It's broken lower there. If we push up here and get something bearish, I'll go short there again. Or will I? Yeah, I think I will up here because one, there is room to these lows, and two, I am sort of thinking that it may come down. It's certainly looking bearish. It's looking bearish on the daily, but obviously it'd have to go back here and be incredibly strong for me to want to go short. But that's ifs. You're Canadian, Brant, aren't you? That explains a lot, doesn't it? Eh? Aren't Canadians competitive? I think they aren't. I think you're mad on your what's it, aren't you? Yeah, it's ice hockey where you are, isn't it? I think. Excuse me. Who's better at ice hockey, Americans or Canadians? That'll give you something to argue about for the next hour. I think Canadians. Is it more? Because I think America, you're sort of more, I think, baseball and American football, aren't you? I think Canadian, you're more ice hockey, aren't you? I think. I don't know. I might be wrong. No, USA. You're USA. I thought, I could have sworn you were Canadian. Hockey, ice hockey, Canadians all day. Yeah. We do have ice hockey over here. There is a club up the road called the Telford Tigers, but I've never been to see them actually. But it's more sort of football. I think it's on national sport, followed by cricket, I think. But I've gone off football. I have. There's just there's so much trouble there, and the fights, and there's just the violence. It's just I've had enough of it. I have. I used to go and watch football, but just some of the violence and that. They don't seem to tone it down either. Sometimes for the kids, it just put me off. Baseball is the most boring thing to watch. Never actually watched it live. But your American football is closest to our rugby, really, isn't it? The difference is, I mean, you can tackle each other. We in rugby, obviously, you can only tackle the guy who's got the ball. But you guys wear the pads and the helmets. We don't over here. That's why rugby players look like they've got broken noses and cauliflowered ears. Okie dokie. We have had a bit of a break out of it. We're coming back, but it's not something I want to short. It'd be interesting to see what the cryptos are doing today because things are starting to look a bit bearish. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Holding at the moment. Holding. I can see Bitcoin dumping again. I can. The sort of the more well-known crypto people. I tend to follow people like what's her name? Wood. What's her name? It's not Sally Wood. Kathy Wood. She manages some big hedge firm. I can see crypto taking a dump at some point. I think lots of people have been jumping into it, and it has had a bit of a push up. But I don't think we're out of the woods yet with the economy. Get a push out of here up to this, the EMA. And it falls nice here. I don't even think it's going to get there by the looks of things. It looks like it's going to come out now. Mind you, baseball's quite rough, isn't it? I watched a little bit on telly. You tend to spend more time beating the shit out of each other with hockey sticks, don't you? Or fists. It just seems to be part of it. I don't quite get it, I've got to say. They just tend to literally batter the shit out of each other. Crazy people, you lot. Crazy. Strong push up there. Is that something I really want to go short into? We'll see what happens here. Okay, we've gone sideways here. Small breakout, push back in, another breakout. If we can get... I need to get up here, really, for me to think about shorting. It's just not something I want to get into just there, especially when it's made the same high as that. Possibly will come down, but... Certainly looking bearish, isn't it? Certainly a lot more red around. It's a big old bar, that is. We've gone sideways right up into that. I'd say it's quite likely going to come down. See if it can get through all this lot first, because there's a lot of support around here. There's yesterday's daily, but I don't think that's going to hold much. One touch and we're off. Talking about ice hockey there, are you? Over chickens. Yeah, see, those names mean nothing to me. From last night. Got his feet and legs turned to jelly and collapsed. Yeah, certainly looking very bearish, isn't it? See what happens here. It's come down and sort of touched around about that support and pushed off. See if it comes down again. Do you know what? I forgot, actually, when I took that trade, to click on position. Someone's going to have to remind me. I didn't even pay attention to whether they'd obviously have stopped. Yeah, the difference with rugby, it's they don't use pads, so you get more broken noses, knocked out teeth, and cauliflower ears. That's the difference with rugby, I think. You don't see any good-looking rugby players. They're usually well battered. See what happens here. Break out the bottom, come in, break out the top. Don't know how I feel about going short there. I don't know how I feel about doing anything. Let's look at it. Could go up, could go down at the moment. Trapped some longs there, yeah. Mind you, there'll be some shorts there that's just been stopped out, and it hasn't pushed up strongly. I thought back to the EMA, there's going to be some shorts in that. Probably hasn't even made a point, which is probably, yeah, I don't know. There are obviously not a lot of shorts in that, obviously, by the way it's broken above it and not really done much. Whether I'll put their stops up here, someone maybe at the bottom of this lot. Somewhere around here, it's hard to say. Cheers from across the pond. Kyle, you're a new face. Whereabouts across the pond are you, my friend? And you do know it's bigger than a pond, don't you? Call it a lake or an ocean. Yeah, whereabouts you from, mate? Where you from? Missing a measured move down. In fact, I haven't even thought about measured moves. Does that mean we're going to come down some more? It's hard to say, isn't it? If we do, we'll have broken, obviously, today's lows and yesterday's lows. So like Connecticut, I got you. Well, welcome. Always like new faces. So I trade here every day, probably every day now, I'd say Monday to Friday. But I do usually at the end of the day set a new stream, schedule a new stream. So if you subscribe, I believe you get a notification. I'm not 100% sure, actually. I'm still relatively new to the old YouTube, but if you subscribe, I'm pretty sure you get a notification when I trade, I think, or when I put a new stream up. But I usually put one on it's evening for me. It's 4:30 in the UK now. It's usually after the end of the day. I usually have me tea and then put back up, mark my chart up, and then reschedule a new stream. Okay. There is some resistance around here. There's some support there, some resistance. So we may, if we're going to come low, we've had one push up. If we're coming back down some more, this may be an area where we might bounce off. or it may go off like a rocket. So one leg up, two legs up. That looks like to me. See what happens now. I'll take a lower high below the EMA, I think, if that's what you just drew. There's certainly some support and some resistance around here. I'm not saying it's going to but we do seem to be going down quite strongly. Now, we have come down to the bottom now. Whether this is a bounce off and rejection, it certainly is, but if we can come back and get another run up, then we may have another leg down. Or we might not. It might end up going back right tight back into the range. Hard to say at the moment, but there's certainly some resistance around there. But 2 attempts to fade, yeah. But there is the daily is starting to look bearish. It's pushed up strongly, but then the momentum's got a lot smaller, and it looks like it's capping off, if you like. But that's just my thoughts. 2 pushes up. See if we do come down. We might not. We might rock it back up. Who knows? Okay, if that's a measured leg, it hasn't hit anyway. Yeah, it's a little bit slower, Lucas. I mean, there are times where things are a little bit slower. I suppose if we're sitting here doing nothing, then a lot of other traders are. At the moment, we've had a couple of good strong pushes down. We've gone a little bit sideways, and we had a breakout. Are we coming lower? Possibly. Are we going higher? Possibly. So it's a little bit of an area where we're not sure what's happening, which might be why things are a little bit quiet. So I've just drawn that there randomly, touched here, near enough there. Fits quite nice at the bottom. I just thought I'd put that there and see what happens here. See if this does come down here from here. 2 legs up, new high. If we can push down some more, get through this EMA, then I'd be looking to take another short somewhere down here. That's looking quite bearish. Not something I really want to get into, but it's certainly looking to me bearish, but I think that would be a bit risky. Okay, I was triggered. If we can come down here and make a lower high, then I'll be interested in going short there, because then I'm thinking maybe we're coming lower. Let's get rid of that a minute. Okay, 1 leg down, pull up. See what happens, see if this materialises into anything. Lunch, yeah, lunch as well, yeah, of course. So, come off this bottom, haven't we? 2 legs up. See that? I'll be surprised if there's not some shorts trapped in that. And I'll tell you why. Let me just remove that for a minute. That looks like a channel up there, doesn't it, in a break? Now, I wouldn't take that as a long if I wanted to go long, but there's probably some that have, because also it's sort of a hidden sort of failure, if you like, isn't it? I don't know. See what happens to that trigger. If that trigger's below here, I'd say there's a good chance then I'm thinking we're coming down some more. Now, some might have drawn that like that. I'd have probably drawn it more like that initially. And if it's like that, we've pushed up at a break and a new high with a big bearish bar. There's probably going to be some shorts triggered there. Now, you could take a risky one here and take that on the engulfing, but see what happens here. It's a big ass bar, isn't it? I don't like the way it's stopped right there. See if it triggers below. And I might take that on the limit. Let's have a look. Fits lovely at the bottom. Touches there, touches there, touches there. Near enough there. Started from there. It's looking bearish to me. I'm thinking bearish. Well, obviously, we had such a steep push down. We couldn't continue down at that sort of at that pace. So we've had a little bit of a see what happens here. In fact, I think I prefer to wait for the failure, actually. That's getting a bit congested now. In fact, push up break, new high. Once, twice. There are probably going to be some longs there, I'd say, possibly. But it's getting a bit congested. I am thinking it's sort of coming down, but I might be wrong. Break, new high. Okay, short-term trend break. 2 pushes up to a new high. Now see if we come down. We may push up. I'll just put that there because it's sort of fitted with these couple of swings and it fits nice at the bottom. But we may push back up into the range. So it looks like it may be coming back into that range. Let's remove that, I think. Still hard to say at the moment. A couple of pushes up. Well, we've had a break. 2 pushes up. It still could come down yet. It's hard to say, but it's not something I want to really get into. It's not something I really want to get into just yet. Excuse me just for a couple of minutes. I could take a quick bathroom break. What did I miss? You were done for the day. Take it easy, pal. Up $2,300. Well done. I don't want to lose it. I don't blame you, mate. I get that much. I'm done. Well done. I'll see you tomorrow, bud. 5 accounts. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, that's a good thing about trading 5 accounts, isn't it? You can add it all up, I think. Yeah, it's definitely a bit slow, isn't it? I've got to say. Just wondering if everyone is back at work. Will everyone maybe, I don't know, extend the day, will they? Some of the institutional guys still be off, will they? It's hard to say, isn't it? It's not a huge amount of volume today, is there? What time is it? 2.5. Nearly 2.5 hours. Oh, it's not too bad, I suppose. Three accounts separately, are you? The trouble is, you're limiting your trades, aren't you? Even if you get one a day, you still got to find 3 trades. That's the trouble, isn't it? What it costs? What is it, about $150, I think, isn't it? Yeah, trouble is, if you're only seeing a couple of really good trades on average a day, you won't be able to have one each for each of them, will you? So you want to get it, really. To be honest with you, I didn't really see the value of these. I've only ever traded one, but to be honest with you, now I'm actually making some money or managing to build one of them. Then obviously I see the benefits if I can get maybe, every time I get paid from one of them. See, I'll trade these 3 now through the evaluation. If I can get a payment then off each of them, if I can get that one up, and if I can get a payment, I could potentially get $8,000 off those 4 within a month. And if I can do that, then obviously I'll invest some more, and then I'll probably take those 4 then up to maybe 10. I know a lot of people trade 20 contracts. Somebody did say to me, whether I heard it in conversation or something, someone said 10 works okay on the trade copy, but more is problematic. I'm pretty sure I read something like that. How true it is, I don't know. Because I know that guy withdrew that $800,000. He's got 20 $300,000 accounts. So if he's making money and making it work, then if you're trading that much money, you won't do that if you haven't got confidence and belief in it. Your goal is 10. Yeah, I think 10's a nice number. So I've got 4 at the moment. Once these pay once, I'll get another 6 then and then take that up to 10. But yeah, I certainly see the value of it. Oh, look at that. Doesn't that fit nice? Let's see what happens here. Here. Up to here. Fits beautifully here. Beautifully here. Well, near enough beautifully. Maybe as it is, maybe as it isn't. See what happens here. Let's get rid of that now. See if it does come down from here. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? The reason I put it there is because those fit quite nice. The problem, just that, yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? I suppose the good thing about it is that just having a few at a time, you can manage them a bit easier, can't you, without so much stress and worry. And then if I run this and I have no problems with it for the next month, that'll give you a little bit more confidence in it. I just got to remember that when I'm in a trade, switch it over to positions so I can right click and get myself out of it. I did think that the trouble is if it still runs, you could be losing money, but technically you could be making money as well, because if you're going long and it takes you 3 or 4 seconds to get out of those trades, that 3 or 4 seconds, it could have potentially gone up a few more ticks. So assuming you're going to lose money is wrong, because you could just as easily make money. That's a good idea, Jacko. I don't know why you can't just keep clicking. Can you not just click close, close, close? Would that do the same thing, wouldn't it, surely? Or would that only close just this one account? Yeah, I think it would, wouldn't it? That's a good idea, that hotkey. I don't know why they can't have something just to kick everything out. Doesn't sound like rocket science to me. You know, that if that one shuts down, everything else automatically follows it. It doesn't sound like a programming nightmare, does it? Trade micros for a while. Yeah, sure you will. Flatten all should kill everything. Yeah, trouble is you got to get in there and right click and flatten. And when all these are flashing all over the place and you're still in trays, might take you 2 or 3 seconds, but it's going to feel like about 2 or 3 minutes, isn't it? In real time. You're going to be panicking like a good one. Yeah, I suppose once you've done it once. The trouble is, there's no way to practice it, is there? I suppose you could set up, I don't know, 2 or 3 demos. One demo as your lead account, and the other 3, and you could sort of practice just right clicking and closing them, even if they're sort of running, couldn't you? Might not be a bad idea. Control Shift F is how you set it up. Trouble is, if I got to try and look for control, it'd be easier to do that, really. When you said hotkey, what you really meant is 3 hotkeys. I want one button. You know, what you want, really, you know, when you're in these factories, you have these machineries and you have these emergency switch on buttons. It's like one big red button to whack with your fist. That's what you want, really, isn't it? Panic button. You want one of those. 3 sim, yeah, it's a good idea, actually. Just make 3 sim accounts, trade one as your lead, and just practice getting them into trades. You don't even have to let them cancel. Just go in there and right click and flatten. Do that a few times. Have to go into the hotkeys and set it up. Yeah, I want like one big red panic button. Right, see how I've drawn that? Now that is just a rough stab in the dark, but I brought that up where it fitted nice there. And funnily enough, it's bounced right off there. Now, whether that's complete random or not, I don't know, but see if it pushes down and comes down. So it may be. It's hard to say. Choose Control Z. Yeah, trouble is you've got to have more than one, because if you hit this, if you set the space bar and you accidentally hit the space bar, you're going to be taking yourself out of trade, really. So I suppose you've got to be careful how you do it, really, haven't you? Yeah, I'll just get into the habit of, what is it? Is it? And you go on right click and that's it. Okay, so right click, flatten everything. Okay, that's easy enough. Right click, flatten. Right click, flatten. Okay, that's not too bad. So if I have it on position, and if some of the trades haven't triggered, they're going to show in there, aren't they? In fact, as soon as the trade triggers, everything will show in there. So I'll just switch it to the positions, and if there's anything left after the trade cancels, I'll just right click and flatten. The beauty of that is it may continue if I'm going short and it triggers here, but some of them are left. I mean, it may go up a bit and you may lose a few ticks, or it may come down and you may make a few ticks. So it swings and roundabouts, really, isn't it? It can be good or it can be not so good. So I think it'll probably even out to be not so bad. Even practice. Shift control worked okay. Panic mode test. Yeah, the trouble is, if you've got to sort of look for keys and you hit the wrong keys, you could be in a bit of a mess, couldn't you? Well, it's whatever works for you, isn't it? But I kind of like right click and flatten up. You can't accidentally do that. You know, if you lean over the keyboard to count your millions, you may just hit the wrong keys. That's the thing. Okay, see what happens here. May continue. It has gone very slow, isn't it? I gotta say. Trouble is, we're not really doing much at the moment, are we? If we can move in a direction, we may get a little bit more volume. Then see if this does respect deer and come down, or see if it just ignores it and carries on. In positions, have flattened everything up, ready to hit it. Right, I got you. So when the trade's in, you just go like that, do you? And hover over it, yeah? I like that. The only trouble is I move my... Yeah, that's the trouble is sometimes I'll adjust or move my stop so I don't have that option. But what I can do is just literally right-click, flatten everything. Yeah, I can do that pretty quick. As soon as I've put my thing down and boom, the trade's gone out, right-click, flatten everything. It takes a second and a half, doesn't it? It's not so bad. I notice Daryl had to do it a couple of times on some of them, so I think if it doesn't work on one of them, it may not work more than once, but you've got to do it twice in some cases. So it's what it is, isn't it? Yeah, if you have a set take profit level, you can just hover over it if you want and just hit it. Just going to move that to there because that fits perfect there and there. Now, whether it is or not, I don't know. I'm only putting that there because I'm not even thinking about getting a trade at the moment. I just want to see it fits perfect there. See if it bounces and comes down. You can do it on chart trader area too. All right, I got you. Nothing on here, is there? Is that what you mean? Right click and do it there, no? No, that's what you mean, is it? Yeah. It's all right, I'm good with that. As soon as I put a trade, as soon as it triggers, I'll just click onto positions, do what I got to do, and if there's anything left in there, right click, flatten everything. I click filter by account, it doesn't do nothing, does it? Okay, yeah, once I've done it once, I'll be all right. I might panic and shake a bit, but I'll be all right. In the grey area, yeah. It's not highlighted at the moment because obviously there's none there. I'm assuming that'll be white then. Trouble is, when you're panicking, that's going to seem such a small area, isn't it, to hit? It's almost going to be like trying to hit a tiny little dot, isn't it? Because you're gonna be like this, aren't you? Where is it? Well, I thought you could hit just a close, but that probably only close the one account. It's not the ATM that's running this, is it? It's the trade copy. So even clicking close probably won't do anything. High or low was tempting. That one. Trouble is, it's so far from the EMA, isn't it? You just don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to move that one more time, and I'll tell you why. Because now it sits perfectly. Let's see if this does come down. If I've got to adjust it again, I'll leave it. All the way to the right. You mean here? Flatten everything. Oh, yeah, I wonder if that would do the same. Does that do the same, does it? I prefer that. It's a lot closer than coming here, because if you're over here, I'm probably going to be here. If I right click, flatten everything. I wonder if that would do the same. It should do, or would that just flatten here? It's hard to say, isn't it? Hover over the chart, trader, click right. That works, Jacker, does it? Because I'm usually going to be over here, aren't I? And it's probably a bit closer. It's probably not much in it, is there really? In fact, my eyes are going to be here anyway, so it's just, yeah, I don't think it matters really, does it? Flatten everything. Flatten everything. Yeah, I don't think it really matters either way. Whatever. Whatever works for you. You use all the time. Oh, good. Excellent. So you find you have many problems with it, bud? Or is it just... I've heard lots of people say I've used it for months and I've never had a problem with it. I'm sure, didn't Daryl say it's more with limit orders? I don't know. Right, let's get rid of that now. Okay, brake. Pushed it out really low. All right. That looks a spiking channel, doesn't it? The trouble is, it's going up so slow, isn't it? Should flatten everything. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it? I'm gonna have a play around. I think on a demo. Fact. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, are they? They're not interested in helping you either. That's the trouble. When I had that issue with 2Open, the trouble is Daryl sells it, but there's no instruction booklet with it. And when I watched his videos, he never mentioned be careful because there could be 2Open. And that seems to be one of the problems that catch traders out. So he should have really said that, but he never did. So then I emailed him. I sent a ticket and I just thought I'd blown a couple of accounts, you know. I've had this problem. I left it with him and then I got a message back saying, oh, this is the wrong department. We don't deal with that. You're going to have to contact so-and-so. So then I went on to, you know, where the tools is and all that. And I messaged them there and they fobbed me off really. Just put, you know, we just sell it. We don't blah, 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 which it was a bit of a fobbed off. I mean, if they're selling it, really, they should have some sort of support for it, or they should have some sort of a booklet for it, or some sort of downloadable PDF on how to use it and maybe some of the problems. But I think, in fact, I did put a post on one of the Facebook groups and said, I'm new to this. If you were going to give me a piece of advice, what would it be? And a bunch of people said, make sure there's not 2Open. So I think maybe Daryl, limits aren't guaranteed fill anyway. Yeah, I don't take a lot of limits, to be honest with you. Most of mine are market orders, you know, by market orders. So I shouldn't have it. It's only that one. That's probably the first limit order I've taken for a while. I only take limits if it's a particularly big bar in that case. Since Apex Copy is just a rebranded Replicante, they have a better manual on their site. I mean, if they've rebranded, they've obviously used it and redone it to their... I mean, really, if you sell something, if you sell a product, you need to stand by it, really. You know, you can't have Microsoft selling you that and you have problems with it and they go, well, it's nothing to do with us, you know. So if they sell it, they should provide some form of an instruction booklet or downloadable version of it, really. Otherwise, you shouldn't sell something, really. You know, it's all right selling someone a washing machine and it breaks the following day and you phone up and say it's broken. They go, well, it's nothing to do with us, actually. You know, if you sell something, really, you need to support it. Replicante support, I suppose, more, yeah. Apex license is an older version. Is Replicante the same price as it? I think it was $150 I paid for it. Perhaps that would have been a sensible purchase. You can trade it with exactly the same, can't you? I'm assuming I own trade copy, and if I was to stop trading with Apex and move on to my own account, I'm assuming I'd be able to use it just the same, would I? Sometimes cheaper with sales. Anybody know that? If I stop trading with Apex, I'm assuming the trade copy is still here, isn't it? Just checking I can still use it. It's very slow today, isn't it? Very slow. Oh, it's been native to, is it really? Yeah, it's yours. Yeah, great. I mean, I don't know whether in the future whether I'll continue with Apex. I mean, if I make a decent amount of money off them, maybe I'll use my own account. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Big move incoming. You think? We're going to continue to move up because there is. We've got the midline here, and there has been some sort of support and resistance area around just below that midline. So whether we'll push up because it is possible we could have a sort of another possible opening for another way down. In fact, let me just that would make sense where it would run from the midline if it's going to come back. It's hard to say at the moment. It looks all right when you put it there, but if it carries on up but at the moment, until we break it, trouble is if you put that there and leave it there, that might make it just a false sense of security, thinking we're definitely going down. At the moment, we're going up. I just put it there just to see if it fits in it. You know, if it did come down, then I like to jump straight onto the. I like to get it up. I mean, that certainly would make sense, wouldn't it? A couple of strong pushes down, a bit of a correction slightly upwards, and then move it for now. At the moment, we're moving up, aren't we? But how confident am I about going long into this and all that lot? It's going up, but it's struggling and it's going up slowly. Sierra has it built in. So that could be a break. 2 pushes up and continue down. Is Sierra free to use, is it? That's the only thing about Ninja Trader. I got a brother-in-law who's looking to get into trading. He's been looking at currency for the last 12 months. And she's seen me trade, and I mentioned about Ninja Trader. Now, I'm pretty sure you can use Ninja Trader for free, but you don't get the ATM strategy. And that's the ATM, yeah. You can't set up automated trading, and that's part of our system, isn't it? You know, we look for a signal bar and put an order. Yeah, it does seem to be pulling down. See what happens. Let's pop that back for now. Yeah, Sierra chart's free to use. No, I don't think you do get ATM. Because I got it, I downloaded it, and after 2 weeks, I couldn't use the ATM, and to go in to set these up, I'm pretty sure it was greyed out, if I remember rightly, and that's why I paid. Otherwise, I wouldn't have paid the $1,000. Someone else help me out there. I'm pretty sure you don't get the ATM strategy. Otherwise, what would be the point in paying, until you're making money? Oh, you're on it free and using it, are you? Without delayed data. Sierra charts. Is that available in the UK, is it? Oh, is it really? That might be a better option then, especially if there's some no order flow indicators. I'm sure we had this conversation a week or so ago, and I'm sure I said, I don't know. Let's look into that. My brother-in-law was on about trying this, messing around with NinjaTrader, and I said I'm pretty sure. But what I said to him is I don't use my license key at the moment. He could use mine. I have to pay for lease or lifetime version of an NinjaTrader for the ATM. Yeah, I could have sworn you. Could have sworn you did. I think you get it for a couple of weeks, don't you? Which is a shame, really, isn't it? Because just for that extra function, it goes from not costing you anything. I think they need to make these things more, cheaper and more accessible to newer traders, because this is going to be big business. There's more and more people trading. Now, when I started trading currency 2 years ago, I used a platform called MetaTrader 4, or MT4, and it's free to download, free to use, and I just set up a paper trading account with a broker called Oanda, and it was all free. Never cost me a thing, and I spent 6 months playing around with that. What with that and TradingView. And it's a shame, really, because if they make this, it's quite a bit of money, $1,000, isn't it? The only other option is to rent it, and that costs you quite a bit. Yeah, it just works. That's what I thought. It just works for 2 weeks. And it's quite a chunk of money, isn't it? Now, you can pay monthly, but it works out a lot more. And I think they get a lot more people using it. What they should just say is if you're on a demo, you can use it for free. As soon as you start, making money, using a live account, then obviously they make you pay. That's how they should do it. You probably get a lot more because there's probably a lot of people. Because I could afford it at the time, but $1,000 is not. It's not pocket change. Not everyone's got that sort of money. If people are trying to do this to make a better life for themselves, they might not have that sort of money. So it's a shame, really. They don't make it, while you just trade. Maybe you could only use it while there's a SIM account. That would make sense, wouldn't it? As long as there's a SIM account there, then you could do that. As soon as you start using, a live account or anything bar a SIM, then they should make you pay for it. That would be a lot better. Yeah. In fact, if you get an 80% off $30, which is about $33, you might be better off just trading on an Apex account, but not actually trading the account, trading on a SIM and just paying the $30 a month. That costs you about $330 a year. You get 3 years worth of practice and trading at that before you paid for the $1,000. Might be a better option, actually, to use a NinjaTrader, to use sort of Apex. In fact, I'm pretty sure when I've blown accounts, I can still trade for a while. I don't know how long I can trade for. But it's so slow, isn't it? Trouble is, on my thumbnail today, I usually put the amount of money I've earned. It's going to be embarrassing to put it I've earned $8.50. In fact, I might add that onto it. No one's going to know, are they? It's green, isn't it? Doesn't look very impressive, does it, for the day? $8.68. $35. What are you moaning at? 35 degrees. It's 1 degree, 1 degree C in the UK. Where I am, it's flipping freezing. 35 degrees. Use a cracked version, do you? Ah, that's useful to know. I've used cracked software in the past, but not for quite a while. There's nothing I need anything for at the moment. Using 2 contracts per trade. Use one, but take a lot of trades. I prefer 2 contracts, and I'll tell you why. If I've got a $2,500 drawdown, six, I've got to lose 6 in a row to cancel the account. Now, if I'm losing 6 trades in a row, I'm bloody useless anyway. So I probably shouldn't be trading on one of these really anyway. So that's the way I see it. Now, the reason I've blown accounts before is not because I'm taking 6 trades in a row, 6 bad trades in a row. It's because I'm revenge trading. But now I seem to have got that revenge trading under wraps. I shouldn't be losing 6 in a row, and if I have, I deserve to lose the account. I think the chance of losing 6 in a row is slim. The chance of me hitting my target and making some money, the odds are a lot better, which is why I tend to go for 2, because it does get you up there a bit quicker, I've got to say. And if you're capable of doing it, which I think I am, I'd rather build that buffer up as quick as I can, you know what I'm saying? No, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, making money. I mean, one thing I will say about things like this, if you want to use the sniper system, Apex's sniper system, it's $200 a month. Now that is quite pricey. And I remember I got into a conversation maybe 6 months ago, and Daryl said, "Well, why wouldn't you want to pay it if you're making money?" And I said, "Well, if I'm making money, I'd happily pay it. But if you're going into a new system and learning a new strategy, you're not going to jump straight in and make money. It's going to take time. I mean, even an experienced trader can't jump on that sniper system and make money. It's going to you need to have bloody degrees coming out your arse to understand the chart." So my answer was, well, if I'm earning money, I've got no problem with paying it. But if you're coming in as a new trader, $200 a month, I've been using Ninja Trader now for 1.5 years. And, it's cost me $1,000, 1.5 years at $200 a pop. $200 a month can get quite pricey, especially for new traders. Not everyone's got $200 spare a month, You hate the heat. Haven't you got aircon now? Last time it snowed 50 years ago. Remind me where you are, Lucas. If it's 30 odd degrees, where are you? You've got to be South America, haven't you, somewhere? If you're in the US. I believe it's okay. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Until you have a go at it, it's hard to tell. I mean, I've been doing this for 18 months now, so I'm 100% confident this system works. And when you look over the price action and you follow it by the book, it just works. Argentina. Okay, I did say South America. That would make sense. No, it's $200 a month. It's free for the first month. You pay $1 for the second month, and then it's $200 a month, unless they've changed it. I think $200 a month for a new system is quite pricey. What they should say is it's $200 a month when you started in money, because obviously there's a lot of people that might want to try these systems, but haven't got a spare $200 a month. Just looks. Yeah. The trouble is, I sort of had to play around with it. Now, the trouble is when you learn a strategy. I remember a guy I started trading currency with, Andrew Lockwood. He said, find a strategy that works and stick to it. And what a lot of people do is they do a strategy like this and think, oh, I'm struggling, it doesn't work. And they go on to look on another strategy and they do that for 3 or 6 months and think, it doesn't work. And you know what I mean? You're calling it a day. Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy, Keith. So I'm back here tomorrow. You're welcome, mate. Have a good one. Norway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you got some snow at the moment, haven't you? I think everything north white at the moment. Yeah, I think you've got to find a strategy, and I think you've got to stick to it. I don't think it works otherwise. Once you start going from one strategy, it's the equivalent of I don't know. There's a saying over in the UK: "Jack of all trades, master of none." You know, so if you do a bit of bricklaying, a bit of plastering, a bit of carpentry, you're going to be okay at them all. But if you stick to one of them, you're going to sort of specialise and master it a bit. I'm just looking at this. There's one push down. Pull up. There's another. It looks like there's another push down. I'm not a fan of where it is, but it's just come away from the EMA. It's just not unsure. I mean, judging by what I've drawn, would indicate we're coming down, but it's not necessarily true just yet. Although that's usually how it works. Strong pull, cut the pull back down and a push again. And I start with max strategy. I got like 8 winners in a row and thought I got money. I did exactly the same. I traded for about 2 weeks and I was doing 2 or 3 trades. I think we had a nice steady uptrend. And after about 2 weeks, I went to work on Friday and thought, this is easy. So I remember I stopped at a garage around the corner from work and I got a cup of coffee and I sat in the car and I thought, sod it. So I picked up the phone to the boss and I went, I'm jacking me job in, I ain't coming in, I'm finishing, I'm going to be a trader. And I went home and I remember telling my wife, I went, you got to trust me. And I stuck a couple of $1,000 in, a couple of £1,000 in, lost it all pretty quickly. It can give you that impression that it's really easy, I've got to say. And some days it can seem like it's easy. But then you get a couple of tricky days and then you're in all sorts of trouble. But yeah, I've done exactly the same. And I bet a lot of people have. I kind of like what that's doing. But not enough to trade. We've pushed strongly through me and come back up and touched it with a big bearish bar and it's triggered below. But do I really want to go short there? Not just yet, I don't think. Because that could be, we've had a bit of a channel breakout, 2 legs down. It could be a second entry long this, just hard to say, isn't it? It's not. Trouble is, when it is quiet like that, it's easy to get a bit bored, isn't it? And maybe try and force one. Now, to me, if I look on the daily, it's looking like we're bearish. If I look on the 10,000 tick chart, 2 legs down, 2 legs up. It looks to me, same again, bearish. It looks like we've got a bigger trend here. And after such a strong push up on the daily, it's slowly feathered off and it's starting to go more. We have pushed right up to here, but look, it's pulled right back and that's telling me bearish. Trouble is that's 15 ticks, that tick above it, tick below it, 16, 17 ticks, 4 odd point risk. You could take it on a limit order, but it's just risky, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's coming down, but 1 leg down, 2 legs down. I'd prefer to take it on a limit order, but it doesn't look like it's going to give me the chance. Regarding the Apex trade copy, I sent an email. Please check your inbox. You're on about to me? Is that what you mean? What was the imbalance range? Yeah. We were supposed to go for the top of the range, but. Do you know, I remember when I started sort of 18 months ago, range days seemed a lot more predictable. I remember Max saying he loves trading range days because they're so easy. But lately, range days, every time they go up and they go up again, they seem to be constantly hitting different levels, and it's so hard. Oh, Josh, sorry, mate. Are you on about me, are you? Mort? I blew those accounts about a week or so ago, I did. In fact, if you're on about me. I did message them. Because usually Apex are pretty good. But they just, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, you wait for Apex, do you? To be honest with you, I blew an account, I think about 6 or 7 months ago with a. No, in fact, I had a PA account. I had a PA account and it was $600 up on the one day. The following day, I got into a trade and something happened with, I think it was it Rhythmic? And the account got blown. And to be fair to Apex, they put it back to where it was the following day, $600. So Apex are usually pretty good like that. But they just didn't seem to do much with the what's it. The trouble is, if I got blown accounts back then, and then I've got, what did I lose? There was a couple, wasn't there? You guys saw me trade it, didn't I? I didn't realise there was two open, and I don't know what happened, but potential failure. Just a bit too far away from the EMA. In fact, kind of wish I'd have got in that one now, but I don't like the way it's that far away from the EMA. Having said that, there's probably going to be some longs there. What do I do? As much as I want to get this up a bit higher today, it's just a bit risky, to be honest with you. If we can get back up here, I may get on that one with a limit order. You are talking to me, bud, are you? Mort. It's all right, you said Josh. I'm Lance. I'm just thinking you're talking to someone else. You're talking to me. I've not seen you here before, actually, I don't think. Who are you? Who are you? It does. I do sort of get the impression we are doing this, making a couple of legs down. If we can get a. If that can push a bit higher and we can get a failure up here, then I may. Okay. See, I wanted to get in a limit order on here, but as we've had that second entry long, I'm a bit concerned that it's going to come here, so I don't just want to jump in, so I've got to be a bit careful. Okay, so we're coming back up now. Okay, let's see if we break this. Hopefully, if we don't break this, trouble is, if we finish here, it looks like we're going to break this. If we finish here, we're probably going to get another push up before we come down, but it's hard. got to say, Apex, I don't know how Apex can afford to do what they do, I got to say. I've heard people mention that Bullnox, but I had a bit of a look the other day and just they can't even come close to Apex. I got to say, Apex are just dominating everything on the moment in this market. They just can't be touched. I don't know how they can afford to do such good deals, to be honest with you. Let's see if this does break up here. Got to say, I was wary about a lot of these prop firms when I started, but I got to say, the more time you spend with them, the more sort of confident you get. And to be honest with you, even if I started making some decent money, I don't even know if I'd go and use a live account. I don't mind paying 10% because I like the way you got. If I'm just with NinjaTrader here and something freezes, there's bugger all I can do, but at least I can go in here and, into Rhythmic and shut down from that end, or go into my my Apex account and flatten everything. So at least I've got those benefits. So UProfit, I think, were okay, but I think what did it for me is a trader buddy of mine, Marlon, pointed me onto Apex. They're just, I think UProfit, didn't they have a max daily loss, which I didn't like, and I don't like the fact I like the fact that Apex haven't got that. And obviously, when Apex brought those new rules out a couple of months ago, it was almost like you're going to wake up the next morning and like it was all a dream, you know what I mean? That's a hidden second entry short, and it's a failure. Let's see what happens with that. It's a small risk as well. Do I want to take it? See how it finishes. Yeah, I thought UProfit was okay, but I didn't stick with them long. I think I did about maybe 5 evaluations, something like that, I think. But you can't beat Apex, I've got to say. They just seem to be coming out with new stuff all the time, and I think there was an issue with a guy who'd left a trade open by accident. No, it's just stalling there. I don't like the way that's finished. There was an issue with a guy who'd left it. He'd accidentally, I don't know how he left a trade open, because if I leave a trade open now and close it down, it'll tell me. Excuse me. And he left a trade open, and obviously come the end of the market close, it took his trade out, cancelled the account, he lost the money. And then about a week, there was a little bit of drama and a few conversations about it, and a couple of weeks later, Darryl made a video saying you can't do that now. They've put it into place. So their customers, the way they look after the customers and they're giving back to the customers, that's the bit I like about it. Because a good company has the ability to make a good profit and also provide a good service. Because when you're starting and you're doing lots of valuations, you're going to lose a lot of money and it's going to be frustrating. So having these little hurdles that may trip you up can be really annoying. And then they obviously did this, that, if a trade's left open, let me just get an order. If a trade's left open, they'll automatically liquidate it. So I kind of like the way they did that. So, hey Jimmy, how you doing, mate? How are you doing, lad? There is a failed second entry possible short there, but I don't like the way it's just going really slowly. So we've had this little bit of a trend channel, haven't we? We've dropped out of it twice, but we seem to be pushing back, so maybe I don't know, I just don't want to be going short there, I don't think. Just to rotate out of peer counts when they approach 25,000. Always have new peer counts coming up. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. Yeah, I like the idea of building accounts now. That makes good sense, that does. But the fact you can do this and spread your risk is the fact it tells me that I'll be better off once I start to make some decent money in staying with Apex rather than... Because if I'm on my live account and something freezes and I can't get out of a trade, at least something freezes here. I can go into my Apex account and click and flatten everything, and I can sort of go into here and flatten everything. So I've got options, haven't I? And it's only 10%, isn't it? It's not really a lot, is it? So I can't see me going anywhere else. I just can't see how anybody else can compete with them, to be honest with you. Doing well, you're up about $1,400. Excellent. You're static. Never really looked at that before. Static. To be honest with you, if you're making decent money, 10%'s bugger all anyway, really. I mean, if you know, the good thing about trading lots of accounts, I kind of like that. It's certainly attractive to stay. They make it attractive to stay with them. Obviously, they want your business, and I like the way you've got little bits of protection that I can go onto my account and flatten everything. I can go onto Rhythmic and kill everything. Because I did think, you know, maybe the prop firms were just just a means to get into trading, and then later on you trade your own account. I don't know, maybe some will, but your stop loss and take profit is stored on their server. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but a lot of the times, if I've got an order here, let's say I've got an order waiting to go short and something freezes, it might come up and hit my order, you know what I mean, rather than me bring it down to. And if I'm maybe, you know, chasing a runner or something, you know what I mean? Sometimes you might have an order here ready. It just makes me nervous. I kind of like the way I can get out of things with Apex. They're certainly making life easier for the trader. See what happens here. So we've touched here quite nice. Touched here once, push back up. If it touches here and then pushes down, then I'm thinking this trend channel might be valid. And I only put it because we had a couple of pushes down and a couple of pushes up and we're coming down again. That's when you usually extend it. Static has no trailing drawdown, but you only start off with 650. I got you. Is it working for you, mate? Is it? I don't keep too much in my Apex account, just in case they go belly up. Yeah, that's a fair comment. Yeah, I mean, well, you think about that guy that drew that $800,000. You imagine how much is in his accounts. I know what you're saying. Yeah, would you limit it to maybe $20,000 or $10,000 or whatever? I don't know. I mean, theoretically, if he's made $800,000, if you've got 20 accounts, he's drawn 40,000 from each account. Now, if he's drawn that money, he's going to have at least another 40,000 or more in each account, isn't he? Still, but it never trails. I mean, I got you. Yeah, I get that. I mean, you know, if you've got 10 accounts, even with $10,000 in, that's $100,000. That's a lot of money sat in an account, isn't it? Game changer, trailing the micros, less emotional. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're obviously not married, mate. Trust me, if you've been married as long as I have, you've got great emotional strength anyway. That's the thing about marriage, it makes you tough. Toughens you up a bit. Just have to hope my wife doesn't see this stream. Otherwise, I'm in for it. But it's so slow, isn't it? Josh. To be honest with you, mate, trouble is, I'm building these up carefully. So So I've got 3 at the moment. Now, if these pass, I've got to pay $140 each. So if you add those 2 blown to, I got 5, and I'd rather build them up slowly. So I won't worry about it, mate. I appreciate your offer. I mean, if you can refund it, great, you can do it. If you want to refund it, I don't mind, but it hasn't put me off. It's just one of those hiccups, isn't it? It was a bit frustrating, but fortunately, I only paid the 80% off, so it didn't cost me a ton of money, but yeah, if you want it, mate, I don't mind. If you want, I'll put my email. There you go. I'm probably going to get thousands of spam now. Please don't send me naked pictures. For a woman, that's okay. There it is, mate. Where did you learn to draw all the trend channels? Mac System I did. I started with Mac System. priceactiontradingsystem.com. That's how I started. And that's who I'd recommend for sure anyway. Yeah, Michael Chin. In fact, actually, that's true, actually. That's where I started. That's how I came to this. It's just what I started. I was actually trading currency, I was. And I just came to this by watching those two. Michael Chin, and that's how I came to sort of this. And I was about to pay for their course, which I think was about $350. And then I did a little bit of research. If I ever spend above about £50 online, I always research things. I don't buy a toaster without researching it. And then I realised they sort of pinched the idea from Mac, and then I went on to Mac. But it's just what you initially, it's what you stick to. It's what you it's how you start, isn't it? This is sort of how I got into the game, and I suppose everyone's got their own way. It's like, what's in it? A lot of us, from what I see, thanks, mate. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, things are going okay. I actually managed to get a payment out of that account. It got battered the other week. I did some really stupid stuff. Got into some bad trades and didn't stick to my my daily limit. So I put things into place, and you're going to make it. You're going to have hiccups, and it's about learning and moving forward. But I think the majority I know, he's in prison somewhere. I think the majority of people I know either trade this or trade the Apex sniper system. The only one I know doesn't is the Canadian futures trader. He trades order flow. I think he trades treasuries, US treasuries on something. I don't know what he does. US treasuries on something. But he trades Apex as well. But I think he tends to advertise a bit of all sorts on his channel. But, if you are new to this, I'm going to give you my honest opinion. If you are new to this and you're thinking about prop firms, my honest opinion is that you can't touch Apex. No one can touch them. They're just, by all means, have a look. Look at the rules and look at the rules another one bit. I might save you some time. You just can't beat Apex. They're just unbeatable. The rules, or lack of them, they can't touch. No one else can touch them, and I don't know why. Usually, you get, the good thing about having different prop firms is it does create a little bit of competitive in the market, which is always good for the likes of us. But usually you'll get one who'll do this off. It's like the supermarkets; they'll do X amount % on this, and another one will follow. But no one else has seemed to follow with Apex. So I won't be surprised if a lot of them will end up going to the wire, I think. But I do like the fact that they listen to the customers as well. especially with that guy who lost that money by leaving a trade open. How the hell he left a trade open, I just don't know. I've looked at Top Step, and I just can't see how they can touch him. I don't know what is keeping stop. No, if you look at the rules in either one, I don't know. Apex just can't be touched. And I'm just getting more and more confidence with them, hence the fact that I'm opening more accounts, and I'm going to continue as well. When these 3 pay, then I'll get some more. And but no, if you want my advice on, if you're quite new to this and you're looking for a prop firm, I wouldn't bother looking further than Apex. I really wouldn't. They are pretty good. Daryl's always putting out new videos. They're always improving the customer service and their product. Yeah, they are taking over. Excuse me. I've had a little bit of chit chat with Daryl on a few comments, and he's always nice and pleasant. And I think they're always pretty approachable. It's like whoever you get comfortable. Takes a little time to make evaluations, to be honest. Well, they've dropped to 7 days. It used to be 10 days. And I know, is it Earn to Trade? The first place I went to, I think they're 15 days. I think everybody else is 10. I don't know. I had a few people talking about Bullinox, but I looked on there about a month ago, just out of interest. And they just had some rules there that straight away I just clicked off the chart. No, they just can't. They can't touch Apex, and they do seem to be. I've chatted with Chris Childers a couple of times. In fact, at the time I was having a few problems, and I think he was online as well, and he just said, shoot me a messenger, and I sent him a message, and he sorted it out. So they're pretty good, actually. The customer service is all right. God, it's so slow, isn't it? How many days does it take you to pass? Me? It took me exactly 7 days to pass that one. My average is around. Now, ignore that. I had a couple of really bad days. I had about 3,500 loss in 2 days. I just got into a really bad place. But taking that aside, my average tends to be around about the 450 a day. So that would take me up to the 3,000. But it depends. It depends what system you're trading. This system, if you're taking proper trades and good quality trades, you can get these right 95% of the time. In some cases, even more. So, which is why I probably risk 2 contracts, whereas a lot of people might just risk 1. But if I, trade 2 contracts and I get 1 average 4-point trade a day, 7 days, 4.5 trade a day, 7 days is going to get me to where I want to be. They had a 90% off lifetime. Well, you say that. Apex did a 90% off, but the thing is, I would rather pay an extra 10% and have less rules that I can get trapped. For instance, I don't have to. The only way I can blow this account is if I trade bad. I can't blow the account by hitting a maximum daily loss because I don't have one. I can't blow the account by leaving a trade open because it would get auto liquidated. I can trade through news. There's no rules. You know what I mean? So I can't see. So that's why Bullinox sort of did it. And I'm becoming aware of other traders that I'm getting to know now through streaming and that are getting paid regular. So it's just where I feel safe at the moment. I think the rules or lack of them, I think, are just untouchable. I've had a little bit of chit chat with some of the people that work for Apex, and they've all been all right, and they're all friendly. And even people like Chris Childers, who works for Apex, he trades himself. So a few of them do. So I'm happy where I am at the moment. Things are all right for me. Live in the US, Earn to Trade allows you to benefit from the 40/60 tax futures rule. Apex, you don't benefit from that. Yeah, see, I'm not even sure how the tax system works over here for traders. I think if you trade futures, it's slightly different, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I've not looked into the tax implications yet, because I've put such a lot of money in, I'm going to have a few more of them $2,000 ones before I actually start making some profit. So all the, the computer equipment, the software license, all the evaluations and the PA accounts and the monthly fees and all those sort of things, they'll obviously come out of any profits I've made. See what happens here. So there's no issue for me to think about tax just at the moment. Trade Apex in LLC. What's that? Blown one account. Yeah, I've blown many accounts. I have, as I've shown you before. I'll give you a little glimpse of how many accounts I've done. I've blown this before. There you go. Yeah, quite a lot there, isn't there? Yeah, there's quite a lot there. So you profit. I suppose the most I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with you profit, 3 with earn to trade, and then the rest are Apex. These are the PA accounts. 8. This is the 9th one. So there's 76 blown accounts there. Well, no, tell a lie. 71 because 72, 73, 74. I'm sorry, 73, 74, 75. So I'm blown 72 there, plus about 10 here, 82, probably 85, 95 of those. Yeah, probably 95, something like that. So there you go. Pays you at 99, so you get. Yeah, it's different over in the UK. See, I have to fill in a WE. Is it called WE8 or WEN8 or WEN10, something like that. So it's a different system over here. But to be honest with you, if I did really well at this, I consider moving abroad anyway. I do know a guy, Joe, who was from Norfolk. He moved over to Dubai, and he trades over there. So that's the dream. You got to have a dream. US Apex pays you at 10.99 contract. That's a 95 reset fees. No, I didn't do many reset fees. They're just blown accounts. They are blown accounts. 95 including the 8 or 9 failed PA accounts. But I just went through stages of just literally throwing money away. I was that frustrated and that angry that it's a process. And then I started to feel like I was starting to get somewhere and I was having a little bit more control. And that's when I decided to stream, just to give myself some accountability. Well, a lot of them would have been, I would say over half of them would be the 80% off. In fact, probably more than half, I would say. So I would say, yeah, you're not far away. That would probably be, in fact, yeah, that would probably be somewhere around about right. It's about 6,000 UK, somewhere around about there. But yeah, a lot of them, I did six failed accounts in one day once. When we were on the 80%, I was just that frustrated and that angry that I was just chucking them away. You go through all that sort of emotional stuff. Okay, we've had another sort of pull back up to this line. Now that line fits there. It fits pretty good there. Obviously fits there. It's not so bad in 3 places here. So how did you accumulate the money to be able to trade for this long? Just bits out of wages because I've done it continuously a bit at a time. We had a bit of savings, so I had, we had quite a bit. Well, I say quite a bit. We didn't have a huge amount of savings. I think we had about 20 grand at one point savings. And I just use bits out of that. But I've done that over a year and a half. So if you spread it over that, still reckon I beat you on the blown. I bet there's many people that have beaten both of us, Jimmy. But it just shows you. I mean, in fact, I saw the interview they did with the guy that took the $800,000, and he described himself as the reset king. So I just think some people are just I'm a little bit stubborn and a bit pig-headed. But you go through this. It's almost the way I describe it. It's like having a marriage breakup. You go through a whole host of emotions. You go through anger, frustration, depression. You feel down and sad, and then you lose your temper. And then you get angry, and you go through all these emotions. And then what happens in the end? You just come out of it. It's that sort of. That's the only way I can describe it. It's sort of like, anything that sort of musters up lots of powerful emotions, it messes with you around and messes with your head for a while, and then eventually you just start to get used to it. It doesn't have as much as an effect, and I think that's the answer to the psychological problem. I don't think it's any more complicated than that. Got a break in a new high. I don't think it's any more complicated. A one-time payment for a PA account is $150. I made 4K in profits. The first loss in the second account. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, I've sort of. I mean, I started with the. I suppose I had to do it really. I had to have the ATM strategy as part of it. 2 weeks weren't enough, and I realised this is something I want to do, and I had to do it. It's something I'm passionate about, and I really want to do it. So I just had to. I've always had that thing in my head. If I'm not interested in something, I just can't take it in. No matter how hard I try, it just goes in one ear. But if I'm interested in something, I get quite obsessed with it, and I want to learn everything about it. So I sort of knew in the back of my head I would get to the stage where I could do it. I had my doubts. Don't worry about that. But I got this attitude that if it can be done, I believe that if you try hard enough, you can do it with all of that. And there's nothing you can't do if you put your mind to it. But I did have times where I felt pretty low and pretty down and depressed, and I did think, am I going to be able to do this? But fortunately, I'm quite lucky in a way. I can get really bad knockbacks, and I can take a break, really realistically 2 to 3 days, and I come back with masses of enthusiasm. It doesn't tend to last any longer than that, so I'm quite lucky in a way. Border ADHD. It's funny you should say that. Someone else mentioned to me about that. He suffers with that, where you can be quite obsessive about something, and yeah, it's weird. But yeah, you sound a lot like me there, mate. You do. But yeah, I get obsessive about stuff, and I've got to, if I take up a new hobby, I've got to go out there and buy all the gear I have. But I've got to say, for some reason, I can just take the knockbacks and I come back with a vengeance. I don't know why. It's just part of my personality. I'm lucky in that sense, because, the amount of knockbacks you take when you're learning to trade, you understand why there's a 95% sort of never make it. And I'm guessing because they give up, not because they haven't got the ability to do it. Maybe some haven't. I think if you're a terrible gambler, if you really struggle with gambling, I think that might be a reason why you would struggle. But I would say probably out of the 95%, I would say probably at least 85% give up, maybe even more. I'm not. Someone else mentioned to me, Scott, I got invited to a couple of Discords in the past, and I've just found them bloody complicated. They just look a bit complicated to me. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. There was stuff down the one side, stuff down the other side. I was opening pages, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I've not really played much. The thing I like about this is I just literally got to have my streaming thing above me. Streamlabs, which just copies exactly what I'm doing. I've got a mic in front of me and my YouTube thing. So it's more straightforward. You've done it with the golf spanner. God, you so sound like me. Yeah, I tend to do that. I want all the gear. The amount of times I've took up hobbies in the past and ended up selling them 6 months later. But yeah, I get quite obsessive, I do. God, the amount of sleepless nights I used to get. Now this is beginning to look less like a downtrend and more like a... I do like the channel. But let me remove it for a time. And let me do something like this. Yeah, this looks more like... Let's put that like that. Yeah, I like that. That looks more like a range channel to me, that does. I'm going to remove this for a time. Yeah. Push the top, come the top. Yeah. Could even be something like this. Could be something like that moving, but it's just hard to say at the moment. It's a bit sidewaysy, choppy. Took the fell sentry on the limit order. A little behind, got 2 points. That one there, yeah. Yeah, trouble with me is I had that downtrend just sort of put in place. So I'm not sure what things are doing at the moment. Yeah, that push up, push down the bottom we're certainly ranging at the moment, I would say. Overnight highs. Seems like a reversal incoming. Overnight highs. Where'd you class your overnight highs here? So this is the middle of the day for us. Yeah, so that's your overnight highs, isn't it? So I'd say, yeah, yeah, we sort of nearly got up to here, didn't we? But there's certainly some support and resistance along this midline. And we do seem to be working in this bottom section of it, so always got to get off, mate. Just stop saying it. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, you too, Jimmy. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, good on you, mate. I'll take the fell sector in a bit, but yeah. Trouble is, it's a little bit sort of choppy as... yeah, I suppose actually it's quite a nice bar, isn't it? Oh, that kind of works. A little bit sort of down, up, down, up. And what is that? What size is that? 3.5 points. Is that right? Yeah, 3.5 points. Tick above, tick below 4 points. It's gone very slow. So if I was in that trade now, it does look like it's pushing up here, but it's just so slow today. I'm just trying to... when things are doing this, I'm just trying to get back to that patience and just to leave things alone. And I'm quite happy going out on $8. I'll be quite happy going out on green, on zero, if that's the case, because I seem to be able to make profit okay on straightforward days. I don't seem to have a problem with that. I think I've got enough skills to do that. My issue is trying to force trades on days when not a lot's happening, so I'm trying to work on that side of my trading now. Took on the engulfing. Yeah, it does seem like we're working our way up, doesn't it? But we're getting towards these highs, aren't we, where it's been today, so... Cleared 250 grand accounts and 3 grand on the second. Good on you. Good on you. Good on you. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah. I just think I had that bad experience having the two open, but to be honest with you, I think that's the only teething problem I've had. But it's like anything, whenever you link something up and you do something new, you worry about getting it right or wrong. But it's certainly, put it this way, it's the difference between trading one account and earning a regular small amount than to trading 10 or up to 20 accounts. And I mean, I got paid $2,000 on that account. So you can imagine if I had 20 accounts, just taking $2,000 out of each account, I could have withdrawn $40,000 for a month. That is a huge amount of money. $40,000 for a month. And all I'm really doing is trading two contracts because I'm trading it on each one and I don't have to look at, when that trade's going up, I don't have to look at a huge amount of money. If I built one account up and I got up to 10 trades, that money's going to be fluctuating up and down into the thousands. It's going to have a slight psychological effect on you. So that's why I like the fact of, being able to, build more and more accounts. We tried it with 76 accounts. I know you can only do 20 on it, can't you, I think? But I got to say, Apex are doing more and more of these 80% off. The only downside to it is it's getting hard to pay. Even 50% off now seems like a huge amount of money, doesn't it? What is it about 80? It's about $85, $83, isn't it, at 50% off? I don't think I could bring myself to pay that now. Mind you, to be honest with you, they I don't think it goes past a month where they don't have some sort of offer on. Oh, you mean static? I got you, yeah. Wait for the day you bump to 4 contracts per trade. Yeah. The trouble is, once you start doing that, obviously this, the amount starts fluctuating and you're very aware of how much money's going up and down. And I think that would influence your decision making. Whereas if you have 10 accounts and you just trade 2 contracts on each, you only see that move in the normal 2 contract size, which doesn't affect you. The fact that that's going on in the background, you don't need to pay much attention to. But if you imagine if I'd have had another 9 contracts along, another 9 accounts with that, I wouldn't have drawn 2,000 out. I'd have withdrawn 20,000 out. That's a huge amount of money, that is. I always said if I make it as a trade at the time, I can withdraw 20,000 for a month. Wow, that'd be something, wouldn't it? Okay, let's see what it is. So, is anybody else still in that trade? I hope for your sake it doesn't come down. Looks like it's trying to, doesn't it? Push up. Go on, push up. You may get away with it. Go on, push up. Someone, oh dear. Was anybody in that trade, or did you all have the sense to get out quick? What did it go up? Oh, you wouldn't have got much, would you? Ooh, you'd have squeezed 3/4 of a point. Yeah, that's why I never went long, because it's a little bit up and downy, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit choppy, this. See, to be honest with you, I'm quite happy not trading here because I am going to have to appreciate the fact that I am going to have some days where it's going to be like this and I've just got to sit tight. But the good thing about trading with other people is you can have a chat. And you all know I enjoy chat. You all know by now. So I don't mind, but it is a bit choppy, isn't it? Back to a range. Yeah, it's looking rangy at the moment. Rangy, but the trouble is, we went up to the top there and up to the top here. Doesn't seem to be picking the same part to bounce off. I'm going to change it so it shows P&L Or points. Yeah, I've tried it different. I've had points. I'm okay with it showing the money at the moment. But as we chatted about, once you get up to 4 accounts, that money doubles. And I think seeing that money fluctuating in front of your eyes it's bound to have a certain psychological effect. You're more likely to maybe get less points. But the beauty about having 10 accounts and only trading 2 contracts on each account is you're potentially going to withdraw 20,000 for the month, but you're only looking at that normal figure, and then maybe build up slowly. Maybe go to 3 contracts, or maybe maybe even having one of your accounts trading 2 contracts and then build the rest up. So all you're really seeing is that 2 contract amount, which may go up somewhere between 400 loss, 400 profit. It's a psychological amount, isn't it? So that might be an idea for future reference. That is keeping the main account at 2 contracts and just slowly build the rest up. That at least that way you'll only be looking at the normal figure. You are only YouTube that streams more than 2 hours. What do you mean by that, bud? I'm the only one that streams. To be honest with you, I don't. I think I discussed that probably 3.5 to 3.5 hours was probably ample. I did have one day where we trade for 6 hours, but it depends on how I feel. If I was by myself, I'd say fair enough. But we're all chit chatting here a bit, aren't we? Getting to know each other a bit, and putting the world to rights and that. And I'm quite happy sitting here chatting at the moment. And we're coming up to 4 hours. When you get the trade copy, I was going to bump one of the secondary accounts to a few more contracts and just let it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think it's a sensible idea. Maybe a little bit more risk on one and then normal. But I think if you keep the lowest amount of contracts as your sort of primary account, that's the money you're going to see moving. You don't have to pay much attention to that. Your focus is going to be around here with the profit bar here. And you're only seeing the standard amount that I've got used to now on the, just trading 2 contracts and then maybe some of the accounts 3, 4 or so on. That way it doesn't have that psychological effect if you're seeing that money. That's just sort of running in the background. I see a few do. All depends. Volume is slow. 2000 chit chart looks like 5. Yeah, it has slowed. I don't quite know why. Perhaps because we are ranging, really. Well, if you think about it, I'm sat here watching it because there's nothing to trade. You're all sat there watching it. So if we are, everyone else is, aren't they? I don't think there's anything bigger going on. Or maybe there is. If I was a streamer, the duration would vary greatly. Because as soon as I make my money for the day, I close shop, goodbye. Circular. Yeah, what I tend to do, excuse me, sorry about that, usually switch the mic off, is I'll trade. If I take one winner, then I'll usually go extra careful. I kind of like the 2 to 3 trades I do. But yeah, if I haven't taken a trade, then I don't mind sitting here, maybe for up to 4 hours. It depends. But if I've had 2 winners, then maybe I'll cut it to 3 hours. But I think 3 to 3.5 hours, I think is ideal, really, isn't it? It depends. But we've had the weekend. I've had 3 days off, so I'm pretty calm, and I'm quite happy. The fact that we're $8, that doesn't bother me. The fact that I've got the patience to sit through this is a positive thing. And obviously screen time is important. The more screen time you have, the more you get used to the moves, the more you get used to the patterns, and the more you'll notice the areas where you've got caught out before. And what you're studying here is human behaviour, and the more you study it, the better you get at reading it. So I'm quite happy sat here. sad thing is, I sat here until 2 to 3 p.m. some days. And that's when you get, I've seen, you seem to be ranging, it's bouncing all over the place. And then when I look at Mac charts, it sort of goes up there in a beautiful range like that. And I see 2 or 3 setups. So just, at the end of the day, you can see a great setup in the first 5 minutes. You can see the best setup in the last 5 minutes. So you just never know, really. Sometimes in a lovely, beautiful, slow trend, there's just no real setups. But I think we've had a push up, a little bit of correction, and we seem to be slowly pushing up again. But at the moment, every day is different. Absolutely. I think we had a day a week or so ago. I took 2 trades off the same one in the first 5 minutes. Was up about $1,000, I think. I took one short, and then took the lower high, and I dragged it down. I took $1,000 in the first 5 minutes. So you can get days like that, can't you? I take the better I do. Yeah, I agree with you there, Lucas. Less is more in trade, and I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I think the only reason I'm sat here is because I'm waffling on. If I was sat here in complete silence, I'd have probably finished and gone home. Yeah, well, I'm looking as well. The only setups I can see at the moment was with that one, the failure. But I didn't like it because we're pushing towards these highs and it's moving slow anyway. And I can clearly see at the moment it's going in a range and it's going very slowly. So I'm quite happy it's definitely one of those days. We had this first part was sort of really choppy. We had a couple of pushes up and then a bit of a trend. Then we had a couple of strong moves down and we've gone up a little bit and we're up and down. So this is choppy for me. So when I'm talking, I've got my eye on it as well. But to be fair, it's just sideways and choppy. And at the moment, I'm quite happily where those accounts are at the moment. 8 up, 8 down, I don't mind. For commissions for the trades you take, yeah. They charge what you call a round trip. So it's they open a trade and then they close a trade. And it's around about the $4. I think it's a tiny bit under per contract. So if I trade 2 contracts, my fees are around about $8 or just under or just over. But if you go with $8, you're not going to be far away. Yeah, it's just sideways chop, that, isn't it? Sideways chops slightly upwards, but not upwards enough to get me in. Yeah, it's very slow, isn't it? Trouble is, you get into a trade here, it takes ages to get out of it. I find the longer I'm in a trade, the more stressed I get, I think. The thing I hate about Apex is the trading drawdown. See, I don't find that. The trouble is, if you've got a 2,500 trading drawdown, you've got to lose. Let's say, for instance, you've got to lose $2,500 to hit that. If you lose $1,000, it stays where it is. If you make $1,000, it stays where it is. It doesn't start moving again until you've got $2,500 away from it. So the only way you can blow an account is if you lose $2,500 in one go. So I don't think that's that bad. So if I'm at 50, that's at 47.5. If I lose 500, it stays where it is. If I make that 500 back, it stays where it is, and it doesn't start moving up again until you hit that distance of $2,000 between. So the only way you can blow that account is having a series of losses, which total $2,500 before you've started making anything back. So, I think it's all right. I do. I think it's well, it works for me. I mean, to be honest with you, if you're trading okay and you can trade, none of it should be a problem really. If you can get to that stage where you're taking better trades and your read of the market is improving, but it does take time. I mean, I've been doing this religiously now for 1.5 years, just on this particular strategy. I even took 3 months off work at one point and traded full time. I was trading 6-7 hours a day, just sitting there learning. And I go to bed tonight and I do a little bit of studying. I'll go to bed. I'll have earbuds on, playing some sort of trader affirmations about how I'm this, I'm that. How I'm this patient, and I have them playing every day. I do. There's never a day goes by where I am not studying something, because that's my sort of obsessive nature. But I think being slightly obsessive when learning trading, I think, is a good thing because it is so hard to learn, and has such a psychological impact on your day-to-day stuff. I think you've got to be a bit obsessive. I think that's why they got a high failure rate. God, it's almost gone to a standstill, isn't it? See what happens here. It's a potential second entry long there, but although it is going up, it's doing it a bit sideways, and what I don't want to do is get in a trade and stuck around here. So I think this is going to turn into a problem for gamblers. Yeah, if you can trade okay, you're not gonna. I mean, if you're taking an evaluation and you're losing $2,500 in one go. Now, if for me to lose $2,500, I've got to lose 6 trades in a row. So if I'm losing 6 trades in a row, I'm clearly either having a bloody bad day, I'm not taking it seriously, or something's gone wrong with my psychology. Have I done that? Yeah, I have. Absolutely. But I wasn't ready then, and I think over time, you go through all these emotions, and I think eventually you come out the end being a little bit more stable. And I think it's like I've said before, anything in life where you have a lot of emotions, it takes time to deal with them and go through it, and then eventually come out the other side. And I think it was part that, and I think streaming helped me massively, because it just, although I've taken, ill-advised trades, I haven't just randomly hit those buttons. The market's going down, I'll go short, and that's a revenge trade, and that's someone who's struggling. And as you've seen, I've done plenty of accounts like that. But lately, I'm moving in the right direction. I am losing trades, absolutely, and I have had a couple of bad days. But when I started starting to build the account and make some money, I thought, I can do this. I don't need rules, and that was a mistake and that was an oversight on my behalf. So I've now put into a place, no matter how well things are going, how nice these accounts are building, if I lose 2 trades in the same session, I'm out. And my average loss is around about the $375 to $400. So if I lose 2 in a day, you're talking max $800. Now I can make $800 in a day without any great difficulty. So I read somewhere, don't lose more in a day than you can't make back in another. I mean, yesterday I did a couple of trades yesterday, and predictable trades, and I was up. It's just under $700. So 2 losing trades would lose that. So I think if you lose in a day that you can't make back another day, it's not so much of a problem. You gambled a lot in my early days. I think everybody does. You get frustrated, don't you? I think everybody goes through that. The trouble is, if you're taking an evaluation that's cost you $35, yeah, and let's say something goes wrong, you're down $500 or $600, okay? Now, the worst that's going to happen is you're going to lose your $35. The best that's going to happen is you're going to pass the account. Now, $35, you've not got a lot to lose there, so it's very easy to take a risk. Now, if you've built your PA account up to $5,000, you're a lot less likely to. You've got a lot to lose there, but on an evaluation, all you've got to lose is $35. So that's why I think, because there's no sort of real sense of losing a large amount of money, you're much more likely take a risk, and I'll just try it. You know, if I'm down $1,000, I'll sod it. I'll just go all in. I'll go short here and just leave it till I get down there and see if I get lucky. And if you don't get lucky and you fail, the worst you've lost is $35. And that's the downside to only paying $35 in a way. If you had to pay $200, you're probably a lot more likely to take it easy. But that's the downside of having, not really risking anything. You're more likely to jump in and try and risk it all to get back on track. And if it doesn't work, then you just take another evaluation. And I've spoke to so many traders who've done the same thing. I remember reading about the Canadian futures trader. He did exactly the same. Now he does really well. He makes a lot of money. Every trader loses risk management psychology. Yeah, everyone goes through the same thing. It's part and parcel of it. For me, anything, and I've said this many times, anything that musters up strong emotions, it has an effect on you. So one analogy I like to use, let's say, for instance, your partner came home today and said, "We're done, I'm leaving." Yeah, straight away, you're going to go through a load of emotions. Now, I'm not saying that it's worse or better. They're obviously going to be a lot more powerful, but they're emotions nonetheless. And you're not calmly going to go about your everyday life. It's going to affect you. You're going to get angry. You're going to get frustrated. I did look at that. It's too sideways for me, that Jacko, to go along at the moment. It'd be risky for me. Things are okay at the moment. So you're going to go through a load of emotions. It's going to be shock. You're going to be frustrated. You're going to be anger. There's going to be loads of arguments, loads of fights, loads of screaming. You're going to get upset. There's all these emotions. And how do you get out of these situations? Time. Time's a healer. It's the only thing that changes. And it's the same for this. This musters up powerful emotions, and they're hard to deal with. And the longer you deal with them, the more exposed you are to them, the more you get to a place where they become not so much of an issue. Yeah, I don't like anything at the moment. Look what's happening. It's going sideways. Traders are not sure. Are we in a range? Are we going higher? Are we coming down? There's a lot of uncertainty around here, so which is why I believe the market's, we've got a possible long here, possible trap there, possible short, possible trap. I don't want to fail you. Make it MO. Second entry long. I know what you're saying. The trouble is that's triggered and you're going to get stopped out there, I'd say, because we're moving up at the moment. It is a failed second entry long, which is triggered, but look what's happening. If you're in that trade, you're about to get collar felt. That's going to trap you, I think. And there's a few traps here as well. See, at the moment, although it's a failed second entry long, we're actually sort of moving up slowly, aren't we? EMA's been facing up. We've got a little bit of sideways. There's a couple of ticks. Yeah, it's going to get stopped out, that is. So then would you call this a failure? Possibly. It's certainly better than that one, I'd say, but are we going up? So it's quite likely, but there's not much room to the, I don't know, it's just risky at the moment. To break, pull back, set up. Yeah. Yeah, it's going sideways at the moment, isn't it? And to be honest with you, remember that day last week where I lost that 2,300? I took about 4 or 5 crap naff trades, and it was days like this, trying to pick them. I ended up messing up. So I did say to myself, if I get one of those days where it starts to go choppy, leave things alone, sit back, watch the market, try and learn some things, figure out where you think it's going to go, try and learn something, and have a chit chat. So that's what I'm doing today. So I'm pleased, even though the fact that I haven't really made anything today, I'm fine with that, because there are going to be days where you're not really going to make much, and sometimes none at all, but it's much better than trying to force trades and going home $400 or $800 down. I've got no problem going away with $8. I could buy myself a lovely Chinese meal with that, see? I could get a lovely takeaway. But no, we've had this sort of push up, couple of pushes down, and we've pushed up, and we've had this couple of sort of legs, haven't we? But it's too choppy and sideways. So I'm quite happy sat watching. This is education for me. I've learned something today. I've learned that I can sit and watch in days like this. I can clearly see it's choppy, and I'm not itching to get in there. I'm quite happy. What time is it now? Yeah, I'm probably going to knock it on the head now, lads, I think. Guys and girls, we've been going 4.25 hours. I'm not interested in getting anything. I'm quite happy with this. So I'll be here tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, it's been like this for... Yeah, I'll be trading tomorrow and for the rest of the week, I think. So if you are taking any evaluations, I'd appreciate if you are, you remember, use that code. I get a small kickback. Doesn't cost you anything extra, but I'd advise you, if there's a few of you, you can get you can get one of these affiliates yourself. So if you've got a mate who trades, get one each and then share it with your mate, so you can save yourself a bit of money there. So, but yeah, if you take an evaluation, I'd appreciate it if you use that. But don't worry, it's there if you need it. It doesn't cost you anything extra. And if you're not subscribed and you do subscribe, I believe you get notified when I've got a live stream on, or I set up schedule, which I usually do later in the evening. So, how much volume is that? It's not a lot of volume at all, actually, if you think about it, is there today? That's not much at all. Usually, if I stretch my thing out like that, these bars are a lot thinner. They're usually like that. So yeah, I'm guessing not everyone's back at work. So we had that loss, didn't we? Which was that one there. So I'll mark that up. We had that loss. I can't remember what it was. I'd say it was probably 3.5 points. Taking that into consideration, something I'll mark it up after. In fact, I'll do it now. Let's have a look. What was it? 3,127. It's about 2.5 points, wasn't it? Yeah. I'll sort that out later. Okay. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys hooking up with me again. It's been nice chatting with you. Although I've done all the chatting as usual. So, if you carry on trading anyway, good luck. Hopefully, we might get, if you get a push out of here, you might get a little bit of volume, but it's definitely a little bit sideways and a bit choppy. It's not the choppiest I've seen it, but there's no obvious setups, I don't think, and I'd say most things are relatively risky. So that'll do me for the day. So have a great evening or afternoon, wherever you are. and I will catch up with you all tomorrow just before the market opens. So have a great evening. Stay safe.